hello. I'm so glad you're here. I'm glad to be here. We're going to have a wonderful episode. And joining me today is the lovely Carrie. Yay! And you know him. I love him. It's Tom, our technical producer. Woohoo! Yay! We all made it. Achievement unlocked. Well, so here we are. We all keep showing up for some reason. Habit, I assume. It's just that kind of day.
I mean, what else are you going to do on a Monday?
Yeah, we're 2 weeks away from Christmas, and the weather is Looney Tunes over in our neck of the woods. How's everyone else's weather?
Cold.
It is 66 and sunny over here. Yep.
It was in the 40s where my best friend lives when I was leaving there, but it's 34 according to my laptop.
Oh, wow. That is a bit silly. Megan's here. Woo! Looking forward to another Arc with Sibling Hour. Aw, thanks, sweetie. Heather's here. Hello. I'm here for a bit anyway. Okay. CB's here. Hello. Carrie's in the chat doing double duty, as is Tom, because he knows I like to say double duty. Megan said, "Ooh, I got an ad on the live stream." Yep, so did I. I got an ad on my TV. No, it is perfectly fine to skip all the ads. I understand. I find them annoying too. Megan says it's 59 degrees and cloudy in her neck of the woods. CB says it is cold and damp. Megan says my computer is warning me of a gale. I don't think I've seen a gale before.
We were getting wind gusts on Saturday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
We lost power for like 5 hours.
Oh, wow.
Ended up sending the little one to my in-laws.
We had storms and everything and rain, but like where we are this far south, we didn't even get any like flashing warnings. I think there were tornadoes in the north part of our state, but not here. We just had mostly off and on bands of rain. But yeah, Illinois and Kentucky, yikes.
Yeah.
Well, so today we're talking about cleaning. Everything needs to get cleaned eventually.
So much cleaning.
It was just, it's going to happen.
But the secret to cleaning is to just not put too much emphasis on it. I mean, at least for neurodivergence, there's a lot of anxiety about cleaning. There's a lot of just executive dysfunction because you keep having to make decisions. And it's like, how do we get around that?
Carrie and Tom and I were talking backstage right before we went live. And I was like, how are we gonna approach this? Because there's a bunch of different ways to talk about it. We could talk about it by room. We could talk about it by cleanser. We could, honestly, we could approach it in any which way. And I thought what Carrie said was pretty interesting about how do you avoid getting overwhelmed? Is that what you were?
Mm-hmm. Because then you just walk into a room and go, oh, heck no, and then walk right out.
Yes.
Or you try to ignore it like I am currently doing.
Mm-hmm. And I thought about it. It's like, I actually do have some tips for that or some approaches for that. And I'll tell you what, it's I've got a couple different, I call them games because I made them game-like for me. But they are humble games, y'all. They are not, there's no board game. Like, it's not formalized. But the one that got me into decluttering. So first I had to clean, well, if you're dealing with a lot of chaos, before you can even really dive in, there's like layers and layers of chaos. And it's just so overwhelming. And it's like, everybody's like, well, just jump in and start. And it's like, I have no idea where or how to start. So this is, I'll tell you how I started. And maybe it might inspire other people. So I read about a game called 19 Pickup. And look, how you play the game is literally in the name. So you get yourself a grocery bag, the plastic t-shirt type bags. Okay. You can put it through your arm. If you're wearing something with loops, like for a belt, you can actually loop this through your belt loop, and then it hangs from your clothes. And at one point when I was playing this game, like every day I'd play at least once, I would actually have two bags. One, like I would wear jeans on purpose, and I'd have two, one on each side. The right-hand side was for trash. All I had to do was walk through the house and find 19 things to put in this bag, and then I would literally cut it off of my belt loop, like cut the plastic, not your belt loop. And then tie it up, toss it in the trash, right? And the other one was for putting things away. So like okay, so here's how it goes. So you could just do the trash one. If you're overwhelmed in any room or the whole house, you just go find 19 things to throw out. You could take all day to do this, or you could take 5 minutes, like put yourself on a timer, or you could do it literally in the time it takes the YouTube commercials. How many things can you put in a bag while you're watching, some show or whatever, some commercial break? Just no skipping ahead. You have to let it play. Unless it's more than like 5 minutes, in which case, F that noise. But how quickly can you do 19 things in a YouTube commercial break? Hi, Eva. And that's it. You're done for the day. You're done. You have brought a tiny bit of cleanliness into your life by throwing things away. I want to point out, a candy wrapper, a gum wrapper counts as one thing. It may be tiny and humble. It counts. One bottle cap counts. Don't let it not count. No. One thing goes in the bag, even though it's so easy. It's a receipt. It's right there. Crumple in the bag. It's done. 19 things, and you have done a whole sack. All right, so you're not tired. It's like 4 hours later, and you're like, I could do more, but I don't know that I have that much trash. What am I gonna do? Other bag. Okay. Find 19 things in your entire house that is in the wrong room and go put it in the right room. You don't have to actually put it away in the right room. You just have to get it from the wrong room to the right room where it belongs. That's all. No organizing. No, that's not allowed, because you need to do this. And that's all you need to do is put things from the wrong room into the right room. If you want a more challenge, it's like, can you do it again in the time of a commercial break? Or 5 minutes. Be sure you have a timer, because you're on the clock. No 6 minutes. No. And so what if in 5 minutes you could only find 14 things? You did 5 minutes. You did both a trash and a put away in the same day. You have brought order to your chaos. And you are now living in a cleaner environment because you threw trash out. So, yes, if you take the pizza box, the empty pizza box in your living room, and you put it by the door where you take your trash out and put it next to your trash, so it's, if it is touching the trash can, it counts. That you have thrown out a thing. So, a pizza box counts as one thing, and a gum wrapper counts as one thing. You only need 17 more things. I'm just throwing that out there. You know, this game sounds so simple, and it doesn't sound that fun until you do it and you're like, this is so much fun. You know why? Because it's so easy. This game, everyone I've ever played this game with is like, yeah, okay, that doesn't actually, but all right. I mean, I'll do it. I'll give it a try. And then every single person who has tried this has messaged me later and said, you know, this game is surprisingly addictive. Yeah, it is. You start looking for stuff. You're like, I'm not here to organize, but what is in the wrong room? Or you're like, you know, I don't know that my fabric scissors belong in the bathroom. I could at least put that away, even though what you're using your fabric scissors was to trim your bangs. Nevertheless, you're like, that still counts as a put away. Yes, it does. Because you put everything in your put away bag, and then you go from room to room, putting the things in your bag into the right room. It doesn't count. You can't count that bag as done till everything is at least in the right room. Do not organize it. Just put it in the right room. So that is like, it's a very humble little game. But everybody I've taught this, I told how to play this, is like, I thought this was kind of a dumb game. And then there I was going, let me give it a try. And they're like, you then are like looking around going, I could probably do another bag. It gets surprisingly fun. So, but here's the thing, you're having fun and not getting overwhelmed, and you are living now in a cleaner environment because you deserve to live in a clean environment. I don't care what your crimes against humanity are. You still deserve to not live in filth. This is, look, you may feel controversial in your heart about this, but I don't. I am telling you now, no matter the crimes you have committed or you have imagined that you've committed, and more than likely they are just awkward socialness, you deserve to not live and sleep among trash. You deserve that. Like, I'm not a huge big person about the word deserve. It's like kind of implies some entitlement, but look, dogs don't deserve to sleep and live among trash and filth, so humans don't either. And so you can do this thing. You can pick up 19 things in one little game, and then you tie that back. Let me tell you how addictive it is to tie up your 19 pickup bag of trash and put it in your trash can. You're like, that whole unit, I did that. And every time you walk by the trash the rest of the day, you're like, yeah, it's in there. It's done. You're going to feel so good. The dopamine you will get will feel wonderful. Did you know dopamine also helps with pain relief? So you may actually experience less pain by doing a 21 pickup or a 19 pickup, excuse me.
And then the more advanced version, when you actually start weighing everything you're throwing out,
Yes.
you get to keep track. And then you just start counting as, you know, how many members of how many college
Sorority.
kids have you kicked out of your house now?
How many 4-year-old? You can do it in any unit of measurement of weight you want. But what you start doing is like, and by the way, if you're donating this, if you're giving it to a charity, you know, like clothing or household goods, and you weigh all this stuff before you load it in your car and keep track of it, you can then start figuring out how many units of fraternity college students you have donated or thrown away in a year, how many 4-year-olds or 20 whatever you want, how many elephants, because you could look up what is the average weight of an elephant, how many elephants you have thrown away or donated in the past month, 6 months, a year, whatever, and that is part of your achievement. So, Megan, may I suggest paper bags?
Also, it may sound a little bit odd, but if you can find them at like a dollar store or something, those little spring form collapsible laundry that's not a bag.
Baskets.
Hampers?
Basket.
Baskets?
Yeah.
That just use a little bit of spring metal to keep their shape, and then you can just twist them into a little circle. But if like those are really lightweight, and you can just toss, all your lightweight stuff. It also discourages you from picking up stuff that is too much just for, a fun little activity.
Right? So it needs to be a relatively small basket or hamper. Not, a big one for an entire load of laundry. But we will get to uses for those hampers in a moment because I have a different use for them for a game. So you just like look at it of how can I unitize my trash? And yes, there may have been times where I was like, if I just put this trash right here on the coffee table, at the end of the day, it will count as 3 things in the game. You know what? You still eventually threw it out. It counts.
Oh, another way to get access to little plastic bags. Go find what's it? I don't know what a good term for it is, but just be honest. Go find a large dog poop bags.
Oh yes.
On a roll, and that way you always have it with you. They're reasonably
I
strong.
use them in my car. The roll. Because they're tiny
They make
little
the
paper
same
bags.
thing, but they market it for baby diapers too.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're like on the go.
Right? And
but the dog ones usually are lower cost.
Yes, the dog ones are cheaper than the ones for the children because anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But I keep them in my car because that way I always have trash bags as well for whatever odd moment just happened or about to happen. But yeah, just find those rolls and you can use those. Really, you're just looking for a way to make it easy to carry around the house. As I said,
I always keep plastic bags in my car.
Yeah.
Along with a stockpile of like any unused fast food napkins. And they come in handy because the one time my sister and I went to like McDonald's and I passed her drink and the lid wasn't on just right.
Oh no.
Tea everywhere.
Yikes. Megan, I would honestly suggest like you need a small basket with a handle that you can easily carry like through your arm. A little plastic basket is fine. I've seen
like
them.
Basket.
A what?
An Easter basket or a Halloween
Easter
pail.
Basket. Yeah, a Halloween pail or bucket. Just something with a handle or something like a handle so that it's more convenient because it helps if you have both your hands for this. Just because sometimes you're trying to pull something that you can see is trash while holding another thing. So the rest of your chaos does not fall on you or anywhere else. So it's helpful to have both hands.
Although if you want the, just I'm really want to do the lazy game of this. The T-Rex grabbers make this game even easier. No bending over. Yep. And I've seen them at like Dollar Tree and dollar stores, so like they're not much. It's like $1 or $2 or $3.
At like Harbor Freight, I think that they were, depending on the time of year, they're between $4 and $9. It's a slightly more sturdy version of this.
Yeah. But I mean, then you don't have to bend over.
Because then you can also play it like outside, picking up all sorts of whatever's on your lawn or whatever that you're like, but I don't want to touch it. Exactly. Or I just don't want to bend over. Let me be honest. My back hurts. I don't want to bend over. Okay. There's nothing
Are you
wrong
over
with it.
30? You
It's
probably
yeah.
don't want to bend over
Oh,
anymore.
let's be honest. If you are over 23, your back is already like.
I know. I love hearing doctors, not directly admit, but kind of admit that they've reached a stage of agnosticism of, really, really someone designed the human body and God gave us these knees. Why does God hate humans so much?
Yeah.
And these hips. Like, just, God obviously didn't like us from the beginning.
Cannot recommend these enough. Wherever you get them, for the most part, a cheap one works just as well as, unless you are one of those people who tries to lift very heavy things with these things, in which case, guess what? You're about to find out what is the best quality one you can find.
Also, if you have little kids and they're in that stage where they want to be super helpful, get them involved.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
My daughter helped me clean out my car the other day. I would just hand her like a fast food bag or something. Okay, put it in. And she tossed it in the garbage can. Yay!
Yes.
Yeah, because people.
And it teaches them too.
It does.
Yeah, people want to feel like they have agency. And
Yeah,
being
they
able
want
to
to.
control your environment is part of that.
People like to feel like they can accomplish things and change their own surroundings, their own world. It is a good feeling to go, you know what? Like, I'll tell you, the first time I ever did the 19 pickup, just for trash, it was only for trash. I was like, and I threw the bag away. I did everything like I had read to do, and I threw the bag away in the trash. And then as I was walking back up to the living room to sit down, I was like, that didn't accomplish jack. It really didn't. And I sit down in the one spot in my living room I could sit down because everywhere else was clutter. And I was watching something on TV, and then the commercial break came on, and I looked away. I just kind of looked around like I kept doing, looked around at my surroundings, and I realized, it actually does look a little bit less cluttered, a little bit cleaner in here. How is 19 little pieces of paper and crap, and maybe an empty bottle and an empty can? How could it work? But I did notice a very slight difference. And that was what kind of gave me the encouragement of, I then noticed, I bet there's at least 12 things I could put in the room they belong in. And I was like, well, maybe I'll try that tomorrow. But by the end of the day, I kind of wanted to do it again. So I tried to see if I could find 19 things in the house to go put in the right room. And then I sat in that same spot afterwards, and I looked around and went, I can kind of tell. There's just, it's like pushing, it's like, okay, like pushing back the chaos a little from the shoreline, just a little bit. But I could notice a difference. It wasn't invisible to me. And that's what I want for everyone else who feels overwhelmed, is you can be the change in your own chaotic world. Thanks, Carrie. We do hope, for those who are watching, that we are beneficial to you. Please let us know if you have any particular questions or comments or challenges of, hey, this is the situation. How do I fix this or clean this?
Mm-hmm.
So then I started taking that idea of, okay, what else can I do in these little games? Another game that I would play when I got a little bit more advanced from the 19 pickup, and you could also do 21 pickup. The number I originally saw was 19. But I've been known to play 21 pickup, just because I couldn't remember the 19 sometimes. Anyway, but another game that I heard about that I got when I got a little bit more advanced, there was the 5-minute hotspot. So there are hotspots everyone has. It might be your dining room table. It might be your coffee table. It could be the table by your front door or wherever you enter, where you put everything down when you get home. There's spots that sort of collect clutter. Wherever you're putting your mail, more than likely is a hot spot in your life. Also, desks. If you have a home office, that is often where things just sort of collect. And so the 5-minute hotspot game, you do need a timer for this, or you need a child watching the clock. Because in the back of our heads, we kind of know ourselves. And we're like, well, 5 minutes, there's still more stuff. Maybe I'll just do it for 6 or 7 minutes. But then back of your head, they're like, wait, but I can't trust me to actually stick to that. And before I know it, I'm just cleaning and cleaning. And I feel like all this effort, I don't see the equivalent result. And then we give up. So let me put it this way. These cleaning games work as long as you respect the boundaries of the game. And this game's boundaries is 5 minutes, not 5.5, not 4.5. You're going to clean for 5 minutes according to that timer, and then you stop everything you are doing. You are done when that timer goes off.
All right. Also, real quick, I've brought this up before, but real quick, here's why. Whenever you set a goal, your brain sets aside some dopamine for that goal. Dopamine is part of how your brain rewards you for doing a behavior it thinks is good for your body. But if you don't finish the goal, you don't get the dopamine. And that's why it's pick up 19 things, clean for 5 minutes. Because even if you then go, you know what, I want to clean for 5 more minutes, that's fine. But you first have to acknowledge to your brain, I got this goal done. That's the other part of to play the games.
That's why the boundaries are so important.
You finish this goal and do it another time. There's no rule against, doing it multiple times in a row. That's fine. But it's I'm going to do it for this. These are the parameters. I've finished the parameters. I'm done with that one. And that's the other part of these games. You have to follow the rules.
You could do a different game. So you start with 19 pickup, just, have an easy win for your day. And then you're like an hour later, you're like, I could do a 5-minute hotspot. Which 5-minute hotspot shall it be today? And hi, Everett. And that 5-minute hotspot could be the mail. And that's simply where maybe you're opening mail and you're throwing out trash mail for 5 minutes. And that's all you do. And, you see it's 4.5 minutes. I got 30 seconds. Take all the bills and put them in the to be paid pile at your desk. And the timer's going to ring by the time you get to your desk. So you are done. That is how 5-minute hotspot works. Again, it's not 5.5 minutes. It's not 4 minutes. It's 5 minutes. So till the timer or the child tells you it's been 5 minutes. Make sure it's a child who can tell time. So.
But they do love that responsibility of getting to tell you.
Now, if they are like 2 or 3, so they can't really tell time yet, you hand them a timer. And then even though the timer's going off, it's like, no, let me know when the timer goes off. Oh, they love it, y'all. And they're watching you the whole time. So they are still learning how to play this game so that later, when you teach them to play this game in their room, they know how it's played. Mm-hmm. It's not don't tell me what to do. I know what I'm doing. They already know. You don't have to tell them because they watch mommy or daddy or parent do it. And that's
they will model it to them.
They will model. They'll even here, do you want me to show you? I already know how to play this game. And they're like, oh, show me how to do it. Oh, but it's already been 4.5 minutes. You can stop. No. It has not been 5 minutes. We cannot stop. They'll let you know like that. It's super adorbs. But again, it's really important to follow the rules of the game. So it's not 18 pickup. It's not 42 pickup. It's 19 pickup. As soon as you get that 19, you are done. If you pick up 20, then you've got to start a new bag. You see where I am? See where I'm going with this? So that you can have that achievement unlocked for the day. It's really, that's the important part. And that's going to how you're going to get that dopamine and maybe even a little bit of endorphins because you have won.
And that's how
You've done it.
gamifying your life really works. Is you follow those game rules. Doesn't matter how arbitrary, how silly it seems, what's the difference? If you don't follow them, you don't get the reward. And that reward is what keeps you going.
And I mean, I was playing this game even before I was diagnosed with a hypothyroid, so I needed to be on medication, but I was not. And I mean, the thing about a hypothyroid is your metabolism is working at a very slow rate. It's not functioning properly. So you're moving slower, you're thinking slower, you're just feeling slower. It's, oh God, it's a drag. It's literally a drag and figuratively a drag. Yeah.
Yes. I'm in
And
the hypothyroid club. I
yes.
feel it.
So sometimes it would take me an entire day to do a 19 trash pickup. But here's the deal. That trash can, my big trash can, over a week was getting filled with like at least 7 of these bags of trash. And at the end of a week, even my emotionally begrudging ex-husband could notice the difference and would remark on it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is me. It would take me 4 hours to get out of bed to go pee because, as I said, the metabolism is going way too slow. It would take me hours after I knew I needed to go because my bladder told me before I could summon the energy to just walk to the bathroom. So yeah, it would take me all day to fill a bag with trash. That's why I would wear pants so I could just leave it on my pant loop. And I didn't have to worry about constantly remembering to pick it up every time I went to another room. So essentially it was on my pant loop. So wherever I was sitting or I happened to notice, I could just immediately grab and put it in and keep that count going in my head. And even if you lose count, trust me, when you're by that big trash can, you just pull out each item. You know how many. You're counting them as you go. So that you know, yes, I do have 19. And that achievement, I was still feeling some sort of level of achievement. It may take me all day, but I could do it. So again, I just want to point out this is something just about anybody can do. I have taught this game to caregivers of people who had severe brain damage. Well, moderate to severe. Like they could communicate to a certain degree. And once they had learned the concept of the 19 pickup, like delighted in playing this game every day. Delighted in it because no matter your physical or mental challenges, you can still play this game. It is incredibly empowering that no matter what your challenges you're dealing with, you can still have agency in your own life. That matters. So I want to give this to everyone else. So here, please take this game and share it with others. And try to play it at least a couple times so you can be sure you understand how the rules work because they're very intuitive. Like you play the game and you'll like figure out, okay, that's right. I can't do 20. I'd have to get another bag or another basket or whatever you're using to keep track of each. And at the end of the day is when maybe you dump your basket into the trash and then your basket starts again at the start of the day. However, you need to organize it based on the resources you have available. All of that is valid. And be sure to let us know after you played it, your variation on it. Like if you found, okay, here is how I'm playing the game and how it works for me. Because we don't know till we share this information with each other, right? How do you play this game when you don't have t-shirt bags available? I don't know, but I would really like to hear it so I could share that tip next time I share it with someone.
Yeah, say like usually when you see a house that has gotten dirty, well, not necessarily dirty, but just things have built up. Things don't have homes. Often what you're seeing is somebody who is overwhelmed in their life. There's just too many things, too many regular decisions they have to make to then also think about the decisions to deal with, these minor inconveniences. And so that's what we start working on, trying to find ways around it that doesn't require as much decision, as much, deciding what to do and when to do it and all those other little things. It's just something you can let your body do without having to think about it. Like stuff that's
Also,
floating on the floor goes in the back.
Doing little bits at a time also helps, because what was, the past couple months have been crazy, so I got out of doing it for a while, but I was just throwing everything in here that was on the floor and stuff into the huge amount of diaper bags that we've accumulated, boxes that we've accumulated over 2 years. And then anything that was in the box, I would take a box at a time and go through it. And be like, I don't need this anymore. This can get shredded. I could put this in another room, So, and then I wasn't focusing on the room as a whole. It was one box.
I got to be honest, even for a box, I have definitely been in that place, and there is no doubt I am still in that place and will be in that place in the future where even a box can feel overwhelming. And that is where, like, that 5-minute put away, pick up, figure out what is the room it belongs in and take it over there for 5 minutes. Just keep doing that. Has been helpful as a way to tackle it, because it's like you're only doing it for 5 minutes. You're not doing for 15. You're not even doing it till the box is empty. It's just till the timer goes off, and you got to stop. Like, and at first that feels like that is not an adequate amount to devote to this, but it really is. It feels like, but I'm an adult, I should be able to do more. No, you are doing just the right amount, because any is better than none, but just the right amount is the best amount. Just the right amount. An amount that doesn't overwhelm is just the right amount.
Something that you can make as a habit is just the right amount. It's not too much. It doesn't feel discouraging when you do it, because there's definitely some things where when you first start it, it's so much time. It's like, well, I don't want to keep doing this. But usually, 5 minutes or 19 objects. I'll be honest, I started with like 11 or 12, because it was still, for me, the pickup objects was still actually a little bit of executive functioning problems, where it's just, is this trash or not? Thinking even that still actually at first was overwhelming, because it's
I have like a general rule of, if I haven't used it or touched it in 6 months to a year.
Yeah, and that is often my default cleaning of, like, when I really feel like cleaning, it's just what's here that has not been touched or moved in a year. It can go, obviously. But it's getting the brain back used to making those little decisions, and that it's not life or death. If you accidentally throw out something that wasn't trash, if you weren't sure if it was trash or not, it's probably something you still can just go get a new one of, and it's fine. It's don't worry too hard about it. But at first, we can't often, when we let things build up like this, it becomes every decision's a big decision. No, it's not. But it feels that way. So once we can get these little games going, it's a lot, it takes a lot off your back, a lot of the anxiety and worry. I liked playing just the either or of 19.5. Of, all right, can I get 19 objects of trash before 5 minutes passes?
Speed round.
Yeah. Also, I would use it as as we've seen, like, I've seen a lot of articles mention that prolonged sitting is not good for most people's health. And so it's just they recommend just, every hour, get up and just walk for a few minutes. And that was also one of the ways I kind of try to do 2 birds with 1 stone of, all right, every hour, let me do a 19.5. So I know, I'm at least getting up regular.
Mhm.
And that's one less thing to worry about, of like, am I walking around enough?
Mhm.
Now, again, there's another little bit of dopamine reward of I also made sure, I helped my health.
Yep. Another way that I coped with having, essentially incredibly limited energy, but like what would happen is I'd sit in a room and my eyes would just notice all the things that were out of place. And so that's where those bigger hampers can come in handy. Being able to put one of those larger, like laundry size hampers somewhere in a room, like for instance, your living room, so that anytime you notice something that is out of place, this doesn't belong in this room, pick it up on your way out of the room. So pretty much anytime I was about to go to the bathroom, I'd like find there's got to be something out of place in this room. There's always something out of place in this room. Spoiler. And I would go grab it and drop it off in the hamper on my way to the bathroom. So for me, the hamper, I always placed it somewhere where I would pass it on the way to a bathroom, no matter what room I'm in. But that also made me feel like I could accomplish things because at least, like once a day to once a week, depending on where my energy and my mental forethought was, I would grab a hamper in that room and then walk to all the other rooms. And I kind of felt like Santa Claus of like, here, I shall put this in this room and I shall put these 3 things in this room. And sure, they still didn't get put away, but they did get at least put in that room. So later it wouldn't be so hard to go put them, on the shelf or in the drawer or wherever they actually belong. Like it was much easier because pretty much I had a place in every room that was the put away place. So, like in the kitchen dining area, I put it on the dining room table. Anything that needed to be put away that was from another room, it would go there. And so, yeah, there would sometimes be a little accumulation of a plate, a cup, a spoon. Don't ask, a skillet. And later, it's not important. The skillet did not need to be washed. It just needed to be put away. So again, not important why. But then later, yeah, the plate and the cup and the spoon needed to get washed. The skillet needed to be put away, and the box of crackers needed to be put in the pantry. But like essentially I had a landing place in every room for the things that, essentially needed to be put away in that room, but to do it later. Because the task was simply to, like Santa Claus, here, this is the bedroom. You get a pillow and you get a blanket. And here in the kitchen dining, you get a plate and you get a bowl and a cup, and so on. And the laundry room, all the socks, all the lost socks that I find behind the couch, behind the refrigerator, by the bathtub, in the garden.
How did the socks get everywhere?
They were not my socks.
You did have a very passive aggressive cat.
It was only some of the cat. It was some of the other human. But like that of having a landing place in each room that I didn't really have to do much for most of the rooms. It was just, okay, I put it at the corner of the bed. I'll put it there. For the living room, I put it on the coffee table. I would just have a place in the office. I put it on the desk. That was it. It was just having a place in every room where I could put the things that had been in the wrong room into the right room on that landing spot. That was really helpful. And then later, yeah, I'd be sitting at my desk in the office and then look at those things that were out of place and be like, oh, let me just file that away. Because like there would be like a bill to pay. Oh, well, I'll just, since I'm sitting here. So essentially a high traffic landing area.
Mm-hmm. And I've been lucky because Joe is like a total neat freak. He's very good at keeping up with stuff. He does the dishes and everything. There have been a few times when like he was doing his laundry the day before, and like say we had home health care come when Anna was super little. She had a home health nurse come for a while, and the nurse would be on her way, and I would see his underwear folded up on the ironing board and go, "Oh crap!" and I have to take that to the bedroom.
Oh yeah, I've gotten really good at throwing things into a room from another room. You know, just aiming there. I may not be great at basketball, but I am fantastic at throwing from another room. So yeah, that is one of those of there is a solution for every kind of person in every kind of house. I promise.
And the great secret to organizing it is clear totes that you can then just, sit on a couch or somewhere with it, put on something on TV, and just look in that tote as you figure out, all right, what are the homes for this stuff?
Yeah. As well as to just have, the 3 containers. Trash, keep, donation.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you can label them so that even other people can see those labels, not just, well, I've color coded them and I know my system. But like you have put tape and written on it the tape or something so that anybody sees so that they can even help. And where, I've had, people have learned the hard way. Don't visit me in my house unless you're prepared to like possibly, well, since you're going downtown, if you could drop this off at, Christian Services, that would be great. Thank you so much. Because Christian Services is this great little charity that really does actually help people, like locally, that's what they're called. And they have a loading dock in the back, and they don't mind that people drop things off when they're not open. And they don't mind that other people then go check out the loading dock on Saturdays and Sundays, since the loading dock is covered. And people just come and get what they need and want and take it away. They haul away couches, whatever they need. They'll take the couch, they'll take whatever. And it's like, well, look, if you're working downtown this weekend, could you take this bag and drop it off at Christian Services loading dock? And like
/ is there anything you'd like out of the
if you
donations
see
box?
anything in this,
I just need this out of my house.
Right? I'm getting rid of it.
It's not that it's broken. That's trash.
It's nice. It's just I don't want it. I don't need it.
It's been 2 years plus since I've touched it.
When I pack up my clothes that I donate every time I do a seasonal closet swap, and anything that I don't want anymore goes in a big garbage bag. Before I take it to the thrift store or wherever, I call up my mom or my sister. Do you want anything? Nope, we're trying to get rid of our own crap. Okay, I'm taking it to Savers.
Exactly. So I like, as I said, if you have particular challenges, we're happy to try to like brainstorm. For anybody in the chat, or even later if you're watching it in the replay, just put a comment in and we'll try to come back and revisit it often of like, okay, what are people's ideas? Let's use the hive mind for good.
When I was getting ready for company, we had a little over a week ago, my mom was helping me clean our bathtub because I had let that go a little too long. And she was, giving me advice about like a little bit better upkeep. And she goes, you know how people like go to the gym and like Monday is arm day and Tuesday is leg day or whatever. She goes, think of like doing rooms in your house like that. Like Monday is bathroom day and Tuesday is kitchen day. And I'm like, well, ideally every other Saturday is office day, but it hasn't been happening.
Yep. I have seen where people will devote an entire week to a particular room, like living room is the first week of the month. kitchen is the second week of the month. And it's just that whatever like little bit of extra time or energy they have, that's what they devote to that room. So if they've got energy for a 5-minute hotspot that day, then it's going to be devoted to the room that is that week's attention.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you can break it up on those, like do the games and stuff on those days and just, devote it to the one room.
And even if it's like, well, but all the hotspots are cool right now, then it's like, okay, there's always, a little bit more you can do, like wipe off the top of the refrigerator with that 5-minute energy you have. Or, get in there and like run a cloth or something under the refrigerator, or push the couch a little bit forward so you could get a broom or a vacuum behind it. Whatever with that little bit of energy.
Descale the Keurig machine. If you have one of those.
I say also there's also, spend 5 minutes just checking everything in your fridge. Has it gone beyond the date?
Yeah.
Fridge, pantry.
How about just moving things around and wiping the surfaces in the fridge? Or the pantry? When's the last time the shelving has been wiped down?
Mm-hmm.
And because like at first you think, oh, it's fine, but things do build up over years. And even if you're like, yeah, I wiped it down 2 years ago, it's like, yes, it may be time to wipe it again. Before dust, you can have gunky dust, like a little bit oily.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, just wipe it again. It'll be fine.
I did want to get on for Megan's, as what she calls depression laziness. It's hard to get started. So the two things I found to that, because often that is low dopamine levels. And so it's how do you kickstart that little bit of dopamine? And the one I found the easiest way to do it is before you even do like the games or the rooms, write down a list, because if you have depression, often it makes memory much trickier. So if you can actually just visually look at a list that says, here's the names of the games I can play, here's the rooms I can devote time to, here's tasks I can do. If you keep like essentially sort of master list, when you have the thought of I should do some of this, but you're not really sure what to do, and you just have that I can't get started, I just don't have it in me. If you often, I found that if I look just down that list, something will still spark of but I feel like I could do that. I feel like I could manage that one right now. And like one of the ways I sort of analogize it, of the human brain's weird, okay, just straight up weird. And to me, I don't know if it's everyone, but I know for me, since I do deliveries, often, there's 2 or 3 floors on most of the apartment complexes around here. I've actually found, and I've tested my own brain and body for this. If I go up a flight of stairs, go across the walkway, and up another flight of stairs to the apartment, in my brain, that is actually more effort than if I take a flight of stairs, circle around, go up the next flight of stairs, and walk across the landing. Because it considers both those flights as just one unit. But if it's interrupted by that walkway in between, I've now done 3 sets of movement. And my brain will convince itself, oh, this is so much more tiring. It's so much more effort.
Mm.
And so that's why keeping a list of things, you never know what it is that you're like, oh, but that doesn't feel like it's that much effort right now. But if you're having depression, it's harder to remember all the things you could be doing. And if it's not anything at the time you feel up to, okay. Yeah. Welcome to, I will try back in an hour or 2. But I have found with the depression stuff of like just memory is harder, getting the dopamine going is harder, and what feels like an effort often is what's going to be at the top of your brain, versus what feels like it would be easy to do right now is usually harder to recall. Hey, Maggie.
Hi, Maggie. And on that note, how about we start a sprint, a little bio break, and, now would be a great time to check in with your bladder. Do you have something to drink? Keep that system of liquids moving. And if, in fact, your bladder's doing great, you've got something to drink, you don't need a snack, hey, have you heard about this great new game called 19 Pickup? Or 10 Pickup? Or 5? I'll take 5. How about 5 Pickup? Can you find 5 things that need to get thrown away? Bless you. How you got 10 minutes, so just check it in. Can you find 5 things to go throw away during this break? And we will see you back here in approximately 10 minutes. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep 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 beep. Boom. Well. How did everyone do? I know that I had to start counting the numbers in my room to make Tom leave to go back to his room so I could turn my mic back on because he was still talking about what to talk about this hour.
I got some of my Christmas cards stamped. I guess I wrote out more than I expected. So
color me not shocked at all.
I still have this stack to address, and I have a whole bunch that I have to make.
Yes. Mood. So let us see. So Maggie joined at right as we were going to break and suggested finding an uplifting scent for your aromatherapy profile while cleaning or organizing also helps. Eva went to mop. How did that go? And Maggie said mopped with lavender and grapefruit scented cleaner this morning. Sounds delicious. Heather says, I've been lurking while at the bus stop, but the hubby is there now, so pay more attention. Nice. Very nice. Maggie is watching on YouTube TV and using an ancient laptop to comment. Thank you for putting in the effort, Maggie. I hope you get your laptop back safe. Chandra popped in. Hello, sweetie. Let's see. Megan's, I spent 5 minutes cleaning my bathroom. Haven't spent time cleaning that in a while. Dude. And then Tom with the emojis. Yes.
I love emoji communication.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of miss the old emoticon communication.
This was a magnet that came with Anna's school pictures.
Aww. Look at that.
We got 3 of them. So one for my mom, one for Joe's parents, and then us.
Very nice. Very nice. Chandra said, got off work and making some dinner. Excellent. Delicious. What you making? Okay, so Tom, what was your pitch?
That's why I was there for 10 minutes. You
I
weren't
was working
listening.
on stuff too. I was listening. Tom had suggested like more of things I learned essentially before I was diagnosed with hypothyroid. When I was trying to clean an incredibly cluttered house, which took several years. And stuffed mushrooms and naan with hummus sounds delicious. Very mood lighting. Like as if the fire from the background picture, it's the same side as the light. As if you are being warmed or side lit.
I mean, my lamp is over here, so I kind of am.
Yeah. But I just mean like from the fire in the background picture that shows up. That's all. So what did you, I thought you'd want to say it, Tom. Like I was listening.
Well, you didn't actually say which one you really wanted to go with, because there was that one as well as, you know, the learning curve of using cleaners. But yeah, like the other one I was thinking was sort of finishing up on what are all the other methods you used as you were trying to organize that house. You know, the what you can do on a couch with a clear plastic tote. There's a lot of cleaning and organizing you can do in that position.
Yeah, Tom had mentioned the enormous hamper of socks. I once fit 3 toddlers in that hamper later, just to give you an idea of the size of the hamper. And it was overflowing like a cupcake with tube socks. Not mine. So, but here's the thing. It was like you would think this would be layers and layers of the socks would all match, and that is not what happened. What I found was like there were socks that I found one on top, and I didn't find its only match till I got to the very bottom of the hamper. So it ended up meant that I watched 3 documentaries about the band Queen, and sat on the floor for 3.5 hours, marrying socks. That was what our mom always called it. She's like, I shall now marry you. So they're not always a perfect match, but they're close enough. Like, so.
Especially when one of the socks, when it was originally a matched pair, but one of the socks may have gotten a bit more bleached than the other one. And so now they don't look like they match.
Yeah, they don't quite.
Or one has a hole in them.
Oh, I throw out all the ones with holes. Like, or do other things with it. Like, yes, some of them have become sock puppets and other, they've been repurposed, but no, you cannot wear them. This is not a Dickens play. No.
So you're now a hand polisher.
Yeah, like you don't get to wear socks with holes. That defeats the purpose of a sock. Like, this is not the Pickwick Papers, okay? We're moving on. So, yeah, like, so if they had holes, they got tossed, and then it was like, what do we have left? And in order to marry socks, they need to be approximately the same length, because it's very obvious when somebody's wearing 2 socks that are not the same length. And also, if you have like a sensory issue, like you're neurodivergent, it can be super annoying to be wearing 2 socks with very different textures or lengths and so on. So you're really trying to match, but not like a perfect match, but just a mostly, all right, yeah, you'll kind of go together. You guys are like within half an inch of the same length. It's approximately the same knit texture on the leg part.
Get some help if you have trouble with colors, because sometimes my mom had a hard time with navy blue and black, especially if she was tired.
Right.
So, yeah, there would be days when I would be wearing one navy blue sock and one black sock.
But I mean, but also that just sort of also brings up though the things you can do on a couch sitting, or if you prefer on a bed, with the blankets there, because standing is more tiring for most people,
or crouching or squatting.
So again, there's so many uses for keeping a couple of clear totes, because then you can do not only the socks, but also while you're sitting in front of a TV or something distracting you, you can fold laundry for the different people that, the laundry, and separate them out so that they now have semi-homes, and all else you can, put them in the rooms they go to, even if you don't have the energy later, that day to,
put them away.
Yeah. Like really, clear totes are one of your best organizer friends. Because opaque totes is always forgotten.
If you can't see through it, you will forget what's in there. Your brain will just edit it out, even when, I know what's in the green tote, but your brain will edit it out. You won't see it when you scan a room.
We have so many totes of baby clothes.
So clear totes are really needed.
That we need to donate or sell or something. But we'll end up doing a closet purge every few months. And yeah, we'll do those clear totes, and I'll just sit there and fold and pack them all away.
Yep. So, like, I did look at a lot of things in terms of what can I do sitting down? How can I organize this while getting to do something I really want to do? For instance, watch TV or watch something on TV. I did a whole lot of organizing clutter while watching the Lord of the Rings series. Not the TV series, the old movie, old. At the
The old
time, it was more
cartoons.
old.
Movies.
No, just the movies. Like,
Oh.
I just had them on.
They're like 100 hours long. So yeah.
It feels like, yeah, it feels like 100 hours. And like it's just like various orc battles and whatever. Like they blend together.
Yeah,
So
what is like the
time doesn't
extended
pass
version?
the
Like
same.
12 hours? 16 hours?
What, the extended version?
Yeah.
I want to say it's more than 12 hours just for the Lord of the Rings. It doesn't count if you not
Yeah,
including.
no, I'm not talking about the Hobbit set.
Yeah, I was like, if you add Hobbit.
Yeah, it's over 24 hours.
More than 24 hours. If you add the Hobbit director's cut, and then if you also add in the 2 cartoons of the Hobbit and was it the first 1 or 2 of the Lord of the Rings, something like that. You're looking at a day and a half. You're looking at, I think, about 30 hours. It goes on.
My sister had the extended cut of the first Lord of the Rings movie. I fell asleep within 10 minutes. I do want to give it another shot one day, but I guess I wasn't.
What are you talking about? The extended cuts are the best sleep you can get.
It's so good. It is such a good sleep, especially the first movie. Oh, that's some excellent sleep, y'all. Right. That's some good sleep. So it was like, what can I do sitting? What can I do while watching something else so I don't feel the fatigue quite as sharply? Because I'm distracted. It has been a proven fact that if you are doing something that is uncomfortable but not, actively painful. So, for instance, walking for an extended length of time where somebody is feeling discomfort from walking. If you're distracted, that person does not register that they're as uncomfortable as they would be if they had all the mental time to pay attention to how uncomfortable they are feeling. So that's why gyms have TVs. It's to distract from what you're physically doing so you don't notice the passage of time in relation to your body.
That's why people go for like walks with friends.
Yes.
So they're talking as they're walking.
Okay, why don't you admit your favorite place to go walking? Or at least it used to be with Mom.
There's this hospital in town that is across the street from Hardee's and Krispy Kreme. And the hospital has a walking track closest to the highway across, that is directly across the street from Hardee's and Krispy Kreme. And in the mid 2000s, our Hardee's at least, was still making fried chicken. That fried chicken smelled so amazing. And the wind, the drafts kept coming over to the walking track. Y'all, I could walk an hour just smelling donuts and fried chicken for an hour every day at 6 p.m. because that's when they are frying all the chicken. It's just constant frying chicken back then and constant frying donuts back then. And I could just walk a whole hour versus if I tried to walk at like 10 a.m. when they weren't frying chicken and frying donuts constantly. Oh, let me tell you, I could barely make it 20 minutes, let alone 30 minutes was my limit because I was not spurred on by the amazing smell. And here's the crazy part for me. Walking an hour egged on by the wonderful smell of fried chicken and fried donuts, I felt sated at the end. I felt very satisfied. I did not need to go over there and order fried chicken or donuts. I was like, I'm good because I had that endorphin rush after walking 3 miles. Yes, that's right. I was walking 3 miles an hour, just slowly plodding across the steppes of Russia. But I felt so satisfied after walking for an hour, surrounded by an hour smelling of fresh air and donuts and fried chicken. I felt good. I didn't feel like I needed to go eat it. So I was able to deal with cravings and get that exercise in versus 10 a.m. It was just like, why is this track so much longer now? And then I would feel like I do need a treat. I would feel after walking 20, 30 minutes at 10 a.m. at that same track of like, I need a treat. I need at least something versus when I was walking in the evening surrounded by that scent for an hour. It was like my body couldn't tell that I hadn't eaten it. So I felt like I had received that treat already. So, because I was getting that, finally that rush, that endorphin rush was kicking in after an hour, but it wasn't kicking in only walking 20, 30 minutes in the morning. So, unfortunately, our Hardee's doesn't fry chicken anymore. It is not the same. The burgers, like, y'all. However, I'm just saying, if you are in a town that has a walking track somewhere near one of your favorite fast food places, why don't you try going walking there in the early evening and see if you enjoy the smells. See what you think. Because it can be a delightful treat. Just being surrounded by that smell while also getting that endorphin rush, getting a little exercise in.
Or just in the summertime by a neighborhood when everybody's barbecuing.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Love it.
Yeah, we have a bunch of places around town also that smoke meats. So
yes,
those are also nice. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up there's a lot of cleaning tasks you can do while seated. Cleaning does not mean walking around exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
Cleaning can be done similar to petting your dog. It's just there beside you.
Mm-hmm.
We have a big wooden trunk at the end of our bed. And so I'll sit there and fold laundry, and my dresser's right there. So I'll sit there and I'll fold laundry, and anything I'll just put on hangers and lay it on the bed.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I know some people, we've got walking tracks all over town. And then just places people just walk even when there's no track. And some places have outdoor music, especially in the summertime. And I know a couple people who actually enjoy going walking downtown behind the bars because their music will be outdoors. And they just like listening to all the music while they walk like around the extended parking lot behind some of the like strips of buildings downtown and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they enjoy just being around the music. It reminds them of, their misspent youth. And they're still getting exercise in. So I do know of people doing that as well. And that can be a lot of fun as a way to get a little bit of exercise in while also not feeling deprived. Because I think sometimes it's important to think about how can we reward ourselves in ways that align with our values. So maybe a person doesn't want to go into a bar before or after they go walking, but they like the atmosphere. They remember that atmosphere. And so walking around downtown while the local bands play reminds them of it, but they're still not, it's not the wrong kind of feeling. So they're not feeling like pulled to go into the bar. They just, it's like I'm there, but I'm not there.
Every so often you get hit with a small little whiff of cigarette smoke. Is that what we're calling it now? I just think of it as the new beach body.
Yes.
Everybody's nicely round now.
Yes. Like in Lilo and Stitch, all the beach bodies. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yes.
Including that poor sunburned guy.
Yes. And that ice cream, you could never get the ice cream to stay on when Stitch was around. Like, yep. So yeah, that is like some of the things that I did trying to cope with essentially having no energy, little to no metabolism. Which made it really difficult because it meant I was nutritionally malnourished as well. Because your body don't absorb when your metabolism is working so slow.
Mm.
So it was definitely an approach of what can I do, sitting here like as a slightly faster lump on a log than a lump.
And another thing to remind you from, the previous hour about gamifying it, set little goals. Mm-hmm. Of like, I'll do this for 5 minutes, and then you can do it for 5 minutes more, or you can try to do it 10 minutes then. But set little goals while you're doing this that you accomplish. So even if you're not going to finish the whole bin of laundry, set yourself for, can I get this many, pieces of clothes folded, or I'm just going to spend this much time, and then I'll see if I feel like doing another set. Set those little goals.
And if you want to extend the time a little longer doing the gamifying thing while you're watching something, be like, what can I get done while I'm watching an episode of whatever show I'm binging on Netflix or whatever?
So when I was a kid, my mother definitely did not know how to cope with what we ended up calling it Mount Washmore. And we used to joke about loading up one of those U-Haul trailers full of dirty laundry to go wash it. Like at a laundromat, my father and I used to joke about that. And then in my early 20s, there I am, and I am starting to notice the piles and piles and piles of laundry that are starting to look insurmountable. I noticed that I was starting to feel like if it was more than 4 solid loads of laundry, I started feeling hopeless about it. And it seemed like no matter what I did, there was always more laundry to wash, always more laundry to dry. And I didn't have the energy to fold it. And so it still looked unwashed. Sometimes it was hard to tell the difference. And I just generally felt really crummy about it. Those really kind of negative tapes would play in my head.
I mean, again, that's when the task is too big.
Like you rolled out task of, a dirty laundry hamper, you maybe you don't know that you smell, but other people might smell you, like just random weird stuff. Hi, Bonnie. And the way I then thought about it is every morning when I get up, I then tried to add to my routine rebooting the washing machine because I had an in-house washing machine and dryer. And I thought about it. It's like, well, I mean, I turned my laptop or my computer on. This is so long ago. It was back when it was only towers. Or at least I only had a tower. It wasn't so long ago before laptops. But just saying. But it was pretty much like I made a new rule of if I have the time to turn on my computer, then I have the time to throw a big armful of dirty laundry in the washing machine and press start. Because honestly, the amount of time it took me to start the washer, put the detergent in, and quickly throw in a load of laundry and put the lid on was about the same amount of time it took my tower to start up. Like for reals, it was slow. Okay. The mid 2000s were a wild time. So what I would literally go do is press the button on the tower, on my computer tower, and then go to the laundry room and pull. So I'd press that one, pull the washing machine knob out. That's how you start the water. Throw the detergent in, and then, often like what would take the longest is blue jeans. So first thing I do is I grab all the blue jeans I can find in my Mount Washmore, throw those in, And then if I see a towel or two, that was usually the only bit of room. Like that whole that load of laundry is full now with whatever jeans I could find and a towel or two. That thing is full. And then I would walk back upstairs. The tower, my computer tower, would be done loading, booting up. And I could then sit down and do whatever I needed to do for the day or wanted to do. Yes, including playing Facebook games. This was so long ago that I used to love playing Sorority Life. Nobody remembers this game. And I lived for this game. It had so many cute outfits. So many outfits. And because like if I'm starting up my computer, I'm going to just sit there and just stare at nothing for like 2 to 3, maybe 4 minutes. Seriously, it took a long time to boot these things.
Yeah.
Like to fully boot where you could actually like get the browser up and running. Yeah, it was going to take almost 5 minutes. I could reboot the laundry by then and still make it back up from the laundry room or closet, really. So that was what I did. So what happens the next morning when it's time to reboot the tower? There's stuff in the washing machine. Just grab it, put it in the dryer. It has definitely, like all the water has gotten out of, not all, like it's not dry. The jeans are not dry, but they're not sopping wet. Throw it in the dryer, put it on the longest setting possible, because remember, it's jeans and towels. And then start the washing machine again and throw whatever else I've got in there, which is usually just underwear, socks, and the rest of the clothes. And then go, and now the tower's done booting up. And so then, yeah, I can go play my games again. I can go check my email, do whatever. And even one load of laundry a day is going to change your life. Mount Washmore cannot grow to exponential amounts if you're washing at least 7 loads of laundry a week. I promise you that.
I can conquer my Mount Washmore. It's Mount Put Away More. Where I have trouble.
I said, well, that's the one that helps when you have a couch and something to watch.
Right. And then you've got those totes or hampers with people.
That's usually one of the first things I tackle on daycare days.
Because let me put it this way. If all you do is you take what came out of the dryer and you put it in a hamper and you bring it up to the living room and you've got your 3 or 4, however many people live in your house, their totes out. And all you do is separate out while you're watching a show and you just throw all their unfolded clothes in each hamper. And yes, one hamper is for the bathroom. You have already gotten further than you were before. You do not technically have to fold the laundry. And if you have at least separated it, you can take it to each room. Or you can fold it later, but they're separated so people actually can find their laundry. You actually can see how many towels, dry, clean towels you have for the bathroom. You have a basic idea of that people and you can function. Because functioning is important. If you can't function, you don't have the clothes, other people in your household don't have the clothes, there's no towels no dry, clean towels when someone gets out of the shower or the bathtub, it just feels terrible. You just feel crummy. So what if the towels aren't folded? So what if all the underwear is frankly crumpled up? They're
as
clean.
long as you know it's clean.
They're
for sure.
And they're
That's what matters.
separated, so it's not who does the underwear is this? And you put it on, you realize I am wearing tidy whities, and I don't need a fly. Like, and yeah, it don't fit right either. Like, why is it so baggy in the front and so tight in the back? Oh, because I have a butt. So has happened to me. And so, but like if you've got it all separated into people's respective hampers, you are already closer. And that being that much closer to dignity, that matters. So just do that. You know what? If people really want their laundry folded, it's time they learn to fold. Because you're doing what you can.
If you have other people who can do their own laundry and you're just managing your own, that's great. I still have to, like I said, I can do my laundry in one day. putting it away takes a while.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm getting better, but
think about, like, even if all you're doing is separating out the laundry into respective hampers, it's not crumpled. Because most people I know, you're gonna at least drape the slacks, the blue jeans over the hamper. You're gonna drape the shirts over, and then it'll just be socks, underwear, maybe bras, whatever, inside. So again, they're not going to look like, can you tell the difference between the clean and the dirty in this household? Nope. They're not going to be rumpled. They're going to be fine. All right, maybe they had a little bit of wrinkles from being in the dryer overnight, sure. But that's not the same as being crumpled for like a week. That's not the same. And also, they've had time to be draped. So some of those wrinkles that they did pick up in the dryer are going to disappear because it's going to take you a couple days before you put on those clothes anyway. So again, I just want to talk about, there's this concept of good, better, best. And you know what? Good is still better than none.
So much better.
So again, like, I really recommend places like, here they call it Dollar Tree, and there's also everything's $1, and there's the 99-cent store, and I think also there's Five Below. These places sell relatively inexpensive hampers. Some of these are folding hampers. Some of these are called plastic baskets. I'd really like to recommend that you buy more than you think you will need in your house. Buy enough that you can start color coding rooms in your life. Whether you live alone or you live with others, buy a few extra if you can afford to, so that you have various ways to organize. And again, as I said, you have more hampers than you need and more baskets than you need, so that you can like really start playing around with how you're organizing and moving things room to room. And so that you have wiggle room. Because again, I think what really can be difficult is some of these like recordings in our heads, these sentences we play over and over again. They're the energy suck, even more than, say, chronic fatigue or a hypothyroid or other autoimmune problems, or just being super exhausted because you're working like 100 hours a week. It's these negative sentences in our head that suck our will to live. And so if we can prevent these sentences from playing as frequently by having good, better, best solutions to situations everybody has, like laundry and decluttering, hot spots and so on. If we can like address that, then you might find that you actually have enough energy to run your life a bit easier. Just because those negative sentences aren't running around in your head quite so frequently. Because that's what I've noticed for me. Yes, I did not have a fully functioning metabolism for a very, very long time. But that wasn't where my real energy suck was coming from. It was these negative things that I kept saying in my head that other people who have been dealing with their anxiety, or maybe not dealing with it, but as much as sharing their anxiety, had given me these negative sentences, and I then took them on as my own. So having solutions that worked for me and my limited capabilities definitely showed me that as little energy and time as I felt like I had, what was really sucking out my will and my energy was, in fact, all these negative sentences more than just my physical energy problems and my, ADHD. It was still undiagnosed at that point. Like, yes, those were making things even harder, but they weren't as dysfunctional as these negative sentences that just were constant in my head.
Yeah, another one to always remember, when you're like, I don't have the energy to do any cleaning right now, is to just ask yourself in your head real quick, why don't I want to do this? And see if an answer pops up. You know, usually after 5 times the same situation, my brain will pop up some answer, and at least I'm one step closer to getting it done. Sometimes it's you do need more tools. You need the right tools to actually do this.
Yeah,
Like you
like
said,
you
like
need enough baskets, let alone color-coded baskets. So if you get 8 all white baskets, it's way more confusing for me than if I actually had 8 baskets, but 5 of them are different colors so that I could actually like organize the rooms a little bit better. So I think so Eva raised an issue here about we're both clicking things. Raise your hand if you visited someone, they said, don't mind the mess. Raise the other hand if their house was tidy. How does that contribute to your own perspective of how tidy your own home is? And do you say the same when people visit you? I'm going to tell you my perspective on this. When somebody says, don't mind the mess, and their house looks immaculate, it makes me feel like they would judge me harshly if they saw how I live. I suddenly feel unwelcome in their home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if this is your idea of a mess, you are not going to respect me when you see what I am dealing with. And I know they don't mean it to be unwelcoming, but it is unwelcoming. And I know this because I have then followed up on my theory by inviting these kind of people to my house. And I've now been ghosted immediately afterwards, by at least 3 different people, like who never acknowledged my existence again, who had declared their undying love for me before each time of like, Lori, you are the best person I've ever met. I love you. Our friendship is forever. And I'm like, okay, well, you should totally come over. And yeah, they're like, never spoke to me again. This happened now 3 times in the last 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So I'm like, 3 means I have enough data to triangulate. Now, I'm not saying this is true of everyone who says this kind of thing, but I am saying that at least in my experience, it's now happened 3 times in a row. And so I feel like my feelings of feeling unwelcome in their home are justified. That when somebody says, don't mind the mess, and there ain't anything messy, look, if they have children and there's children's toys in the living room on the carpet, I don't consider that a mess anyway. Like, you have children actively living here, and it's like the afternoon. And of course, they'll be playing. Like, of course. Like, that's not a mess. I mean, like, all right, if there's like a whole bunch of outside dirt inside the house by the side or back door, okay, I can see where you would call that a mess. It's dirt. Because you've got 3 kids and a dog and you have a backyard that's muddy. Okay, yeah, that would be dirt. But like kids' toys, that's not a mess to me. That's just called I live with children. And this is how I keep them from driving me batty. Yeah, they need toys to play. That's how you make kids happy. And also that's how their brains work. They need to play sensory stuff. So
say versus our type of friends are people who, have said lines to us like, I'd invite you over, but right now, my
it's
house
all
is
goat
entirely
trails.
Yes.
And I was like, goat trails, what are goat trails? And they tell me like, if somebody, like if you're climbing a mountain and you're walking up a mountain, there would be but goats, there'd just be this little rocky outcrop where the goats are walking up a mountain or around it. Only that it's just this tiny little walkway among all my clutter stuff, and I have goat trails. And I'm like, ooh, I have goat trails too. Come see my goat trails. Because there's always a walkway. Our dad was very insistent of like, even if you got to use a broom or a rake things so that you have a walkway. Because our family's very accident prone and we will fall and trip and fall. So
everyone who enters this home gets a shovel. A snow shovel.
So yeah, like I think it's something that we should address. Let's keep in mind a perspective about if we are saying our clean home is such a mess, how we're maybe inadvertently making other people feel too. And we're definitely showing our values about what we consider messy and clean.
Eva, I always apologize for the mess, even when my house is if it is a mess, I will not open the door. I did that when my friends came over like a week ago. It was the one couple I hadn't seen in like 10 years. So I was giving them a tour of the house. And we come down the hall and my office door was shut. And I'm like, and here's my office. It looks like a tornado blew through it. You don't need to see it. And they're like, mood.
Right.
That's our bedroom. We have laundry everywhere. You don't need to see it. Also mood.
I mean, versus we've had, long-term friends come over and visit. And afterwards, there's Glory doing her, whatever you want to call the classic replay in your head of everything that's wrong. How is this getting worse?
Yes.
And I was like, do you think they're never going to come back because they've seen how messy this house is? And I'm just like,
no. Let me make no mistake. Filthy. How filthy this house is.
Yes. To which I then responded, either A, I don't think this person actually noticed, or B, if they did, they've been here in the past. They don't really have a lot of judgment on obviously Gloria and Tom are exhausted. I need to keep that in mind for future communications. Because we've also had the house very clean, ready for parties and stuff. It's just, as I said, if you see a house that is really messy, you are seeing someone who is exhausted and doesn't have energy, because humans don't like really to live in mess. If we have time to just putter around and do stuff, we tend to want to clean up our environment and organize it anyway.
Nobody wants to live in filth of their own volition. Like, that's just humans. It's part of our psychology of we want to live in a clean environment, or relatively clean, like clean enough for us. But nobody wants to live like a filthy lifestyle. So if somebody is living messy, cluttered, filthy, it's not because they're like, yes, I am Oscar the Grouch and this is my trash can. That is not part of human psychology. Like, something else is going on. I feel like when we think people have character flaws for living in a messy, cluttered, or filthy home, I think it's like how it wasn't that long ago when we blamed people for being depressed. When we said how, they're weak-willed. I remember.
And don't forget alcoholic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, how alcoholics just wallow in it. Like, they're just willful. Like, versus it's an addiction. They have a real problem that is out of their control, or at least to a certain degree is out of their control. Like, it is an illness like any other. And I just feel like it's a lot like that. Now, just because somebody's home is cluttered or messy or whatever, doesn't mean they necessarily are physically or mentally ill. As I said, if you are working 80, 100 hours, if you are taking care of various other people and you are overwhelmed and exhausted, it's out of your control. You're just doing your best, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're physically or mentally ill, or even emotionally or spiritually ill. It just means you are doing your best to cope. And I just really wish we as a society could stop putting character judgments and moral judgments on people, for essentially everybody's trying to do their best anyway. That's just how people are. Why are we making character and moral judgments about people when it's not anything about their character or morals? It's not like they're pushing babies off cliffs, y'all.
Wouldn't you be dropping? Where are you pushing? Are babies like shuffleboard?
Have you met?
Cats, large cats. Don't leave your baby near a cliff, or the large cat will go. Whoops.
I feel like me answering would somehow impugn myself, so I'm just gonna not say anything and say, hey, let's go to a break.
Yes.
And I can honestly tell you, I haven't pushed any babies off anything since I myself was like 3, according to my mother. So you can figure out who was the baby. Anyway, Mama said no, so don't listen to that. And on that note, again, I would like to challenge you for this break of, do you have something to drink? How is your bladder doing? Do you need a snack? And if all of that is good, have you heard of this very cool game called 19 Pickup? Where you find, 19 or 12 or 5 things to throw away and you do it real quick during this break? Hey! Or how about a surface? You could wipe down a surface like the surface your laptop is on. Or something, I don't know.
Just lift up your keyboard. See if there's anything under there. You'd be amazed.
Just throwing that out there. And if all you can do is just sit back and take 10 minutes to recover your energy, that counts and you get points. Gold star for you. So on that note, we will see you back here in approximately 10 minutes. Meepity beep. Meepity beep. Meepity beep beep beep. Boom. Well, well, well. Here we are, home stretch.
Back again.
I thought I had envelopes for 5x7 cards. Found a pack 5x6.5.
Oh no.
That's for having access to a what are they called? Paper cutter, a guillotine.
Mm-hmm.
Comes in handy.
Yep, make your own envelopes.
Oh no, I was just thinking of trimming the edges off of
the cards.
Yeah, just do a 1/4 inch on each side. They're at 6.5.
Yeah, I might do that because they're all blank right now. So
they'll never know. So this is entirely unrelated to this show. But it has taken me 8 days to figure out how to make the membership thing go live on this channel. And I only cared because it's the only way anyone could use the emojis that we have in the Discord server and on Twitch. Like the fat little unicorn baby eating a donut. And the cake emoji and the lurk little unicorn baby. And what it was, the problem was YouTube let me know that I could now post members only community posts, which I'm like, thank you for letting me know. Okay, that's cool. And they're like, you should let everyone know you have memberships by posting a members only community post about this. And I was like, great, okay. But it would not make the membership go live till I did that. And it was not actually clear. It was just like hint, 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 hint. And I'm like, thank you for the hint. Moving on. And they're like, no. Hint, hint.
What was that story I heard yesterday?
8 days to figure out their hint was not a hint, but a demand.
Let's say, what was that story I heard yesterday, I think, about going to the kids' classes at church?
Yes. The Chandra.
Would you like to go to the kids' class? No, I'm fine here.
I'm good where I am. Why did you refuse?
They asked if I wanted to. I didn't. I wanted to stay with the adults.
Yeah, they asked did I want to. No, I didn't. I'm good. So, yes. Now, if you look, you can see. And if you can't see it, you may need to refresh your screen. But I've now checked. And yes, now under the subscribe, there's now join. And also in the chat with the little where the super sticker button is, there's also, if you click on it, you'll see membership as well. So it is now live. As I said, I'm just like, why did I did everything. No, you didn't do the thing we were hinting at, but we didn't demand you do. Because we're demanding you do it. But we don't want to make you feel like we're telling you how to do your business. But we are literally telling you how to do your business. So now there's a dumb little message on my community page as well. Because hint, hint. Yeah, so there it is. So.
You got there in the end.
I mean, if there was a way to do the first tier membership for $0, I would have, but they did not let me do that. So I did the first tier, the lowest YouTube would allow me to do, because I'm just like, but fat little unicorn baby eating a donut and then lurking. It's so cute. So anyway, as I said, it's totally unrelated. But that's what I did over the breaks. Was I figured out their subtlety.
Little hippos.
I was going to say, are those hippos? Because I know Megan.
Yeah, it's like when in doubt, just say hippo.
Hippos, yeah. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's a hippo. Yeah.
It's either a hippo or a part of a hippo.
Yes. So.
It's clearer on the actual YouTube.
Oh, let me go look over on that then. Oh, yes, you're right. Oh, those look nice over in the chat. Yes. Those are adorable. So, anyhow. See, I could take a hint eventually. Have you met me? So anyway, that was what I did. And Tom messaged me during the breakup. I think we should talk about cleansers now. I'm like, yeah, okay. We're going to talk about cleansers, y'all. I hope you're ready to discuss home chemistry.
So much home chemistry.
Because we are.
Now, my mom's approach was, when in doubt, bleach.
Mm-hmm. It's a good approach.
All right, so real quick, fun fact, what does bleach do?
It takes your fingerprints off.
It does. But it is, I find it fascinating because chemically, it's liquid fire. It does to any, organic thing it comes in contact with the exact same thing heating it up would do.
Incinerates it?
Sort of, but more of just like boils it. And that's why few things really have any protection against bleach, because it does the effects of, increased heat. But that's why it kills so many things, including black mold. There's, another favorite, white vinegar.
Mm-hmm. Our mom swore by ammonia. I mean, we now know, no, don't. Ammonia can, in fact, be very unsafe for a lot of people in their homes because of what happens when it breaks down. And inhaling it is something that you can't not do in a household setting. And it's not necessarily good for people, especially if they have respiratory issues already. But that was what she used. Because to her, she, I guess, had been traumatized by bleach stains in her childhood. Her mother used bleach all the time and ruined so many of her clothes because polyester was a thing. But back then, apparently, polyester would destroy, or bleach would destroy your polyester clothes.
Yeah, it will. It'll melt it. As said, it does heat.
Versus ammonia doesn't destroy.
Yeah, ammonia only affects organic compounds.
Like human beings breathing it in. Anyway, I'm just saying. So.
And so, yeah, it's a good cleanser for anything that was once alive or it's from an animal.
Our father liked bleach. Our mother liked ammonia. So we had both in the household. And that is how I accidentally made poison gas one time.
Yep. The classic. Tell me about the broom.
So what had happened was we were living in a very, very, very old house with a very, very, very old stove. However, that said, the stove was so old, it was the kind of stove you could almost field dress. You could take almost the entire thing apart into parts. Because old stoves you could take apart to clean, which you do at least one or more times a year. And while this was a gas stove, why would you take that apart? You could take the top of the stovetop entirely off in one big piece. And it had decades of grime on it that I could not scrub off even with Comet. So I took the stove top outside and leaned it against the house. And I poured ammonia on it and scrubbed it with a corn broom. And that got some of the gunk off, but not all of the grime. So then I went and got the bleach. And I did not rinse between. And then I poured the bleach on top of the still wet with ammonia stovetop. and started scrubbing it again with the broom. This was outside, open air, because my parents were very clear about do not use cleansers in a closed space. You're young, you need to breathe fresh air. Our father was born in 1940, mom was born in 46. And they definitely grew up in that fresh air movement thing, so that there was this belief that young people, children, need to breathe fresh air all the time if they're to grow tall and strong or something. So I was doing this outside with the corn broom, and I was actually getting a lot of this grime off. It was fantastic. And then I noticed that I did not have all the broom I had started with. That it was like, those kind of brooms, you buy, and the corn is sewn together, right? So there's this like double thread section, and the broom went from normal length to stubby up to the thread. And I was like, whoa, how did that happen? So I knew I must have done it, that, just a regular stovetop is not going to eat a broom. So I immediately got the water hose. We had an outside water hose, turned it on, and I just rinsed everything and then rinsed the ground. And left the broom and the stovetop outside till maybe nature would deal with this somehow, but I knew not to bring it inside because I wasn't sure what had happened. And I just waited for my parents to get home and hear the yelling that they would surely be yelling at me. And my father was the first one to come home. This was a Saturday afternoon. And he's like, so, how did you eat a broom with a stovetop? And I told him what happened, and he said, congratulations, you made poison gas. It killed a lot of people in World War I. And I was like, oh, is that how? I thought that was mustard gas. He's like, oh, they use mustard gas too. But when they ran out of mustard gas, they used poison gas. And I'm like, but it ate a broom. He's like, yeah, imagine what it did to people. So, yeah, that was a thing. And I was like, Mom's going to scream so much. He's like, let's hide the evidence. And because Mom still had to come home from garage sailing. And he's like, and I was like, how are you going to hide the evidence? She'll surely know. He's like, okay. I'm just going to bury the broom in the backyard. Don't tell anybody. Your mother never goes back there. We're just going to bury it. Did he bury it? No. My father was infinitely lazy, and he just went and put it in the neighbor's trash and was like, hey, if anybody asks, you don't know what this is, just let the trash man pick it up. And the guy's like, what happened to this broom? My father's like, I fixed the problem. Everything's okay now. And the guy's like, okay. And that man then hid the broom handle in another trash can and buried it under some trash so no one would see the evidence. And Dad helped me put the very heavy stovetop back into the stove because it's got like a groove thing. And my mother's like, oh my God, you cleaned it. It looks so great. And I was like, thanks. I put in a lot of elbow grease. And Dad's like, good job. And that was it. And then it wasn't until the next day that Mom's like, where's the broom? Who's seen the broom? And I pretended to be asleep. And Dad sneaked out the back door so he could not be interrogated either. And Mom caught me that evening, Sunday evening, like, no, what did you do with the broom? And I'm like, I don't know. I haven't seen the broom since yesterday. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the kids took it outside and played with it. I don't know. And while Dad was out, he bought another $3 broom and sneaked it in, but it wasn't identical. And my mother was like, what happened to the broom? And he's like, shh, some things don't need answers. Don't ask. So my mother did not know until I was in my mid-20s when I finally confessed to her what I did at 15.
Statute of limitations.
Right? Yep. That was my theory, because Mom and Dad were divorced by then. They got divorced when I was 18. And Dad had died by then.
Statute of limitations.
Right? So I waited until Dad had died to like confess to my mother. And she was like, oh, he helped you hide a crime. And I was like, Number 1, he is your ex-husband. Number 2, he is your dead ex-husband. Can we just move on? I don't want to move on. I'm like, what if I buy you dessert? We were at a restaurant. She's like, anything I want, anything you want. But you can never bring this up in a negative way again. Okay. And that is how I paid for justice. But what I learned from that is before you mix cleansers, check the pH. You can Google this, by the way. I literally checked it today. I was like, pH of Fabuloso. Turns out Fabuloso is a pH neutral cleanser. As well as I was like, pH WD-40. Turns out WD-40 is also, it technically doesn't have a pH because nothing in it it's inert. Nothing would register that way. And it explained it. Thank you, Google. Google explained this about WD-40. So, number 1, you literally can Google that. Also, you can Google, can I mix this with this? Which is how I found out that Formula 409 no longer exists. Oh, glory.
And like, and the one where that really comes up is how to clean up anything that spills in a garage. Because there are several cleansers you cannot use to clean up, the fluids from your car. Bad things. Very bad things.
Cat litter.
Mm-hmm.
Cat litter's great.
Oh, gosh, I love cat litter.
Bleach is bad.
Right? Yeah, getting nice, relatively cheap cat litter, that stuff's awesome.
Oh, yeah. That stuff
There's
will absorb
so many
anything.
uses for cheap cat litter, y'all. And none of them are for cats. Don't use those for cats. Don't use cheap cat litter on cats. Yeah. It's really bad for their lungs. But it's so good for so many other things, including cleaning up vomit, spills of various kinds. Also, if you are dealing with a car that fishtails, it is a wonderful asset to have in the trunk. That's actually like a big advice. And also, then if either that vehicle or someone else's vehicle gets stuck in mud or slush or snow, use that cat litter that's in the trunk to dry up that area so that that car can be pushed out or can roll out itself.
Traction.
Yeah, give it that traction. So having even multiple bags of cat litter in your trunk, I used to drive a Volvo that fishtailed in like no rain. I swear to you, y'all, it would fishtail just because it was a Thursday. It just fishtailed all the time. I tried one 10-pound bag of cat litter or 20-pound bag of cat litter. It mostly stopped the fishtail. I had to get a second 20-pound bag of cat litter. So 40 pounds of cat litter in the trunk stopped almost all the fishtailing except in thunderstorm conditions. So that's how you saw fishtailing in a 1980s Volvo. Just throwing that out there in case anyone needs that little tidbit there. Life skills for you. It's the whole theme of this entire season. Life skills.
I had an old cat, and she was very picky about her cat litter. It had to be a certain kind of tidy cat. Well, I was short a couple bucks, and she needed a litter, so I did get the cheap generic kind just to tide me over till payday. Right. And she was very unhappy with me.
Mm-hmm. She let you know, huh?
She peed next to the box. Almost turned her into a hat.
So,
had to borrow money from my mom to go back to the store. Get the right teddy cat. I'm like, what am I going to do with this whole container of cheap? My mom's like, we'll keep it in the garage. No big deal.
Right. So, after Hurricane Katrina, we didn't have power for 2 weeks, like at all, like where we are here in South Mississippi. And after the third day of no electricity, I'm like, I got to load up my dog and my cat, and I got to go somewhere else because I don't even have a way to boil water. And we were also, obviously, if you don't have electricity, then you're under a boil water notice because the water treatment plant can't do what they need to do either. Mm-hmm. And at that point, at 3 days, there was like, we have no idea when there will be electricity. It could be, they were saying months. They were actually saying months at the time. So my in-laws lived, some of my in-laws lived in the next state over, like 150 miles away. So I ended up there eventually. That's a whole nother story of how I eventually ended up there. That is not where I initially went, but that's a whole nother thing. Anyway, so I ended up there with the cat and the dog, except I didn't have any kitty litter. I'd been low on kitty litter when Hurricane Katrina hit, and I only had like a tiny little bit, and we'd used it up because it took me eventually to get over to my in-laws, so I didn't have any more. And I was like, because they were very happy to welcome me in, but I was like, what am I going to do? We need to get kitty litter. And they're like, no, there's like no store open. This is a teeny tiny town. And there's no kitty litter, da da da. And there's no kitty litter at any of the Walmarts around because when everybody left Louisiana and South Mississippi, guess where they went? Everywhere just slightly, away. So all those kind of supplies were gone. And that is how we found out that the most wonderful substitute kitty litter you can possibly get is wood mulch. Like literally made from a wood mulcher, like they went and cut some branches down off their trees, ran it through the mulcher and was like, here, we have fresh mulch. And they took a Coke crate, that you can get, like you see at the stores, the crates, where the bottles are or whatever, those red plastic or black ones now. They lined it with heavy duty aluminum foil and put fresh mulch, fresh wood pulp in it. And I'm like, this is the best thing. This is way better than kitty litter. The cat loved it because it really does absorb, and it covers up the odor, which she also loved because she hates the smell. She hated the smell of, waste, and would be very mad at me if I was even like 4 hours late scooping her kitty litter. And that is how we found out that it is a wonderful addition to kitty litter mix. You can buy at the pet stores, you can buy wood pulp or what do they call it? Wood shavings? Wood. And we would have a big tote that we would mix. We essentially made our own kitty litter blend. But the thing about wood is it does not aerosolize like clay does. And it is naturally absorbative of a lot of smells. Wood, absorbs.
Although I will say, from my time with my cat, a little bit after this, I found my favorite was making a blend of newspaper kitty litter with pine tree shavings, because the pine really does do a good job of absorbing smells and really keeping the smell from coming up. But really, like, few things absorb like newspaper. That stuff really does just like.
Yeah, we would make a blend. And because cats don't like the smell of their waste. They're offended by it. So it is a wonderful way to absorb any odors without having to use chemicals.
And then sometimes I put some crystal.
Yeah, we use
silica gel crystal for a little bit added bulk.
Fluid. Yeah.
So it wouldn't fly out quite as much. So it'd be a little bit denser.
Yeah. So yeah, just fun fact.
And that's what the cats like best.
Yeah, that they love the wood pulp. So just throwing that out there for you.
Although that also kind of brings up,
because I don't like the idea of using baking soda in kitty litter, because again, it'll get up in the air and they'll breathe it. It can cause them respiratory issues and issues in their brachial tube.
Yeah,
so they essentially develop sinus infections and asthma, even from just breathing in a bit of baking soda. Some of them can. So we like the wood pulp for that, to absorb odor instead.
And that kind of brings up the something else we found out is, like, so one of the problems people talk about with pets is if they pee somewhere they're not supposed to, they keep going back to pee there. And that's because even if you use, soap, Dawn, or other, regular cleaners, it's sort of embedded in there. And so it's like, okay, how do you actually clean this? And the answer is you go to a pet store, you go to the cleaning section for that animal. Although really the cats one seems to clean just about everything because cats is like just about the worst. And you get one that says has enzymes or has bacteria and is using bacterial digesters in it. Those work much better because they will actually truly neutralize the chemicals in the urine instead of just trying to clean it away. And there's still some in gaps and still a little bits of, and they have, much better smell than us, and they are right beside the ground, which also makes it much easier to smell. So if you ever see that behavior, like, why can't I get my pet to stop peeing or pooping somewhere they're not supposed to in the house? It's often because you need to go get a special cleanser that will do that. And then it works so much better. I mean, one of our favorites we eventually found was a bacterial cleanser. Except, don't use this where there's food prep because it's not actually good, to ingest. But you mix it in with, you mix a capful in with, a pint of water. And Glory found adding a little bit of OxyClean to help speed it up, to help, grow it a bit quicker. You spray that on wherever the problem area is, keep it wet. Every time it gets wet again, the bacteria will grow again and neutralize it, which is the nice part about the bacterial cleansers, is it will now actually sort of has a self-cleaning function, which, really helps. Maggie is also a fan of wood shavings and paper for baby chicks.
Cannot recommend this enough. Of like, yeah, I recommend getting a lot of cleansers away from your pets and other animals and children. So if you're just looking at odor absorption, newspaper and wood shavings are great.
And then, there's a cleanser right there. Mixing Dawn and vinegar. That brings up another one of Dawn is a really great soap. As far as it really will help clean and break up a lot of dirty messes. But make sure there's water there first. Otherwise, the Dawn will attach to the physical surface, and you have to use so much water to try to get it to detach from that surface. It's actually very difficult to clean off if there's not already water there. So do not put pure Dawn on stuff. Always have it at least wet a bit.
Mm-hmm. When we were cleaning the bathroom, like I said, the tub was worse than it should have been. We started with baking soda and vinegar. That didn't do much. Rinsed everything down real good. Bumped up to, I think, like CLR. That did a little better, but not quite enough. Rinsed everything off really good because, the whole mixing chemicals thing. Eventually, we did progress to bleach. But we were careful to, like, rinse everything down so we didn't poison everybody. My mom has, like, emphysema and stuff, so which I never understood how she could tolerate the smell of bleach. But Blue Dawn makes her gag. She will not use Blue Dawn unless she has to. She'll buy, like, any other scent.
And part of what makes Dawn so effective is it does contain a fair amount of oils in it.
Yeah,
so
oil.
It is very good at degreasing because you need grease to break down grease.
That's why they use it to clean off animals in an oil spill.
Yes. So really what the effective part of Dawn is, it is a combination of oil and surfactant applied to oily things. That's where Dawn works so well. You can make your own version of a product like that by adding, say, for instance, canola oil and your like personal favorite surfactant. Like for instance, we use 7th generation. I find that it doesn't give me acid reflux. The any residue, like I find with most other dishwashing soaps, the kind for hand washing dishes, the residue gives me terrible acid reflux. Even the unscented kind. So it's not just the scent. So we finally found one that didn't cause that, but sometimes it's not quite as good of a degreaser. If you add a little bit of oil to it, it will then be more effective. So it is something to keep in mind of how do you degrease something? You actually add more grease. And what you're specifically looking to try to do. So let's say that you have grease in a grease trap. Some private kitchens or household kitchens will have an actual grease trap in their hood. And you can remove that metal filter. How do you really get the grease out? Because it's also, that grease got heated up. It's very hard to get out. So the way that you do it is you actually pour more grease over it, or you soak it in grease and then a surfactant. And so you're going to literally immerse it in like a shallow pan of oil, like for instance, canola oil or a thinner oil. So grapeseed oil is another one that works very well because it's both a bit acidic as well as it's a thinner oil, because you're looking at, I need a thinner viscosity oil to break down this thick viscosity oil, like the grease that gets trapped in a grease trap. So that's when you need to like think about, okay, how do I degrease this? Well, how thick is the grease I'm trying to get off? And think about, all right, what oils do I have that are thinner? So you wouldn't use butter because butter is solid at room temperature versus grapeseed oil is quite thin even at room temperature. And you can tell just by sticking your finger in a little bit of grapeseed oil how it's oily, but you can still feel your fingerprints when you rub your fingers together and you have some grapeseed oil on.
Yeah, it definitely feels closer to almost water.
Right? Versus avocado oil is much thicker in viscosity. If you dip your finger in avocado oil and you rub your fingertips together, you don't feel your fingerprints. So that's what I mean of like avocado oil is a thicker viscosity than grapeseed oil or canola oil.
And this is also the same thing people do for hair.
Yes.
If if you're someone who's trying to take care of your hair and your scalp is very sensitive, so you don't wash your hair very often, if the waxes in your hair start to build up, well, how do you get the waxes out? Because you don't want to scald your, scalp.
Mm-hmm.
You go put some oil on there, and that oil helps break up the waxes.
Mm-hmm.
And then just a regular gentle soap can now remove all of it out of your hair.
Right. So what has been used in India in Ayurvedic medicine for 5,000 years for hair is that before you wash your hair, you actually put sesame seed oil in. And you rub it into your scalp as well as you douse all of your hair in sesame seed oil. And then you wash your hair with soap. And so since you've already coated your hair and your scalp in oil and massaged it into your scalp so that you're breaking up any, residual waxes, because, we all have sebum glands. So you're massaging to really break up any built up skin as well as sebum oil. And then when you wash with a gentle surfactant, a gentle soap, all of it, including the sesame seed oil you've added, then all washes out very clean. And in India, they've been doing that for over 5,000 years. I've tried it myself. It works great. But you don't have to use sesame seed oil. I've tried it with sesame seed oil. It worked great. I've also tried it with almond oil, and it worked great as well.
And
I
jojoba.
have been known to try with olive oil, and it works great. Because it's, even like this, because I did the extra virgin, I felt like it smelled a little too much like olives, but then when I washed it out, it didn't have really a residual smell, so it was okay. Obviously, Not as virginal olive oil would have worked better because there's no smell. With like the second
Cooking
or
olive
third
oil.
pressing. Yeah, just like cooking olive oil would have been better for this use because I don't want to smell. I don't want to smell like olives. I don't want that fruity smell, but it was not a big deal. But I pretty much, if you can eat it, if it's an oil you can consume, then you can also use it in your hair. Just to let you know, like, so if it's like canola oil or sunflower oil, go ahead. You could use it in your hair, especially before you wash your hair. Like, you're really just trying to treat your scalp, massage it in, and any wax buildup on your hair or any other product buildup, and just massage the oil in. So pretty much any kitchen oil that you're using will work great. So don't worry about it. And then, you use whatever your favorite shampoo is.
And Maggie brings up using a starchy water as a rinse to protect hair that damages easily. And again, that's for ones where a little bit more regular washing, and you're just trying to get the oils you've made in the last week out. That starch will absorb the oils and help get it out much easier. And you don't need to, because it's kind of like the Listerine effect, but we've also actually had that for our shampoos and conditioners. They are now so much stronger and harsher, so that they will always give a certain effect.
They're more stripping.
Yeah, in part because our conditioners are so much stronger and harder to remove from the hair. So the shampoos are now harsher to remove the conditioners we use.
Yes.
Versus, if you use one much older techniques, you do not need to use stuff that's as harsh, and especially if you have sensitive skin, can be very inflaming and problematic.
Yeah, when I've had overprocessed hair before, I've used warmed up avocado oil on my hair tips before I've washed my hair, and I found it to be a really lovely hot oil treatment. But afterwards, I use jojoba oil in my hair because, as I said, it's a much thinner viscosity oil, and so it doesn't weigh down my curls. So again, we're back to viscosity can play a role in, cleansing. It helps to know the kind of viscosity of oil or wax you're trying to clean and then, treat afterwards. So again, we're back to, like, if you're trying to clean a wooden cutting board, you need to, after you wash it, you need to recoat it with oil. Thinking about the viscosity of the oil you use does matter on wooden cutting boards, because you want it to be a light enough viscosity oil that the wood can absorb it relatively quickly. I've tried avocado oil on some wood cutting boards, and like 5 hours later, it still sits there. It's on top of the wood, it's not absorbed. Versus, yes, I have also tried jojoba oil on wood cutting boards, and it absorbs in seconds. It's great. So again, something to think about in your cleaning needs.
Maggie brings up about ethnicity also plays a factor in how much oil will cling to hair type.
Mm-hmm.
So also go look up what are the cleaning techniques for people with hair like yours around the world, and see what they're using, because that'll definitely clue you in a bit better. Because
if you have straight, thin hair, you probably don't want a thick viscosity because it would weigh your hair down. But if you have like hair that is thicker, like in the actual strands thick, your hair can handle a thicker viscosity of oil. Like, it'll coat it better. So it's just something to think about. But also, here's the truth. Go play around with it. Whatever you put on your hair, here's the secret. It'll wash out. You just take another shower. It'll just wash out. Or you could just try it on one lock if you want. But here's the thing. You can just wash it out. Don't worry. So nothing is set in stone. You're fine. You could try every oil in your kitchen to see how it is in your hair, both before or after you wash your hair. And, come up with what works for you and your family. Or maybe none of it does, and you're going to discover other oils. Because, as I said, I had jojoba oil in shampoos before, but I had never bought it straight to use in my hair, and it was like a game changer for me. as I said, I had never used jojoba oil, like pure jojoba oil. I bought it. And I was like, oh, this is wonderful. Where has this been all my life? It took me till I was in my mid-30s. So try out some stuff. That's the great thing about, living in the 21st century. You can order all sorts of products. It's fantastic.
Sort of changing, going to the next cleaning of. So the things about for cleaning pots, pans, dishes, the two things I have really found that make the difference between whether you're exhausted cleaning them or if it's like, it's just a bit of time. One is that give it a little bit of time, make sure it stays wet for a few minutes first, because anything that's organic probably will absorb water. And once it's absorbed water, it's a lot easier to remove. And secondly, get you some plastic scrapers. You can find this in cooking. You can also go to like Home Depot or Lowe's and go to the grouting section, and you'll find these little plastic scrapers. And since it's plastic, it won't harm any of your pots and pans or dishes. But you can now really get under and pry it up, that like you can't do with a metal knife. A metal knife really will scratch up other metal and ceramics. Mm-hmm. But these plastic things, you can just go all you want, and it'll just clean it off. And it's so much easier, especially after it's had a few, soak. Yeah. Especially after a couple minutes soak.
It doesn't take a lot of elbow grease.
Also, if you are someone who, like Glory, has sensitivity with your gut to a lot of cleansers and ingesting just almost any amount. Here's a new thing you can do with your the skills you picked up last year. You can knit or crochet a square of scrubby polyester yarn. And that stuff will scrub. It will work just like soft scrub. And will again also really help clean and remove without using much soap. So I mean, it also works really well. But especially for those who either they want to be nicer on the environment, or just like Glory, where soap's really she can tell if there's been soap residue or not. She will pretty quickly get a response of knit yourself a scrubber. I mean, the plastic ones work okay that you buy from the store, but the yarn ones do last longer. It can definitely take more punishment for scrubbing. Yeah, they now actually make yarns just for scrubbing ones too, like those. Scrubby Sparkle.
I like it because I can throw them in the washing machine. You can also throw them in the top of the dishwasher. And they will get sterilized in there. So it's not like the sponges where you can't truly clean a sponge. Yeah. Unless you either use very difficult chemicals or you try to microwave them and hope your microwave is working. And that's a whole nother matter. That's another story. But anyway, yeah, some of the like cello type sponges, the cellulose sponges, they will break down a lot faster than these. And when I say a lot, I mean these will last years. So far, we've been using some of them are like 5, 6 years old.
Yeah.
Some of the first ones I made, we still have them in the bathroom and the kitchen, and they don't even look raggedy. They're still holding up just fine, and they're getting sterilized on a regular basis.
Yeah. I mean, they're just like any other cloth. They're meant to be washed. They don't break down. They're fine. You can clean them as much as you want. And also, yeah, they are so much easier to clean than those sponges.
I have actually also used these, which are softer, on facial scrubbers to really, like, when I need to exfoliate, because these are so soft, but they do exfoliate a bit.
Yeah.
And they're so nice. Y'all, do you know how much they charge for those kind of nice
Well, I believe Maggie has provided a link for those who are curious.
And I'm
This is the one we
like,
use on our eldest.
I don't want to pay those prices. If you can do a single crochet stitch, you can make your own little cloth for your facial scrubber, your body scrubber, or for your kitchen sink. Like, and on top of that, you can make them any size you want. You can make them enormous. You can make these cute little ones. You can do whatever you want.
You can make little Pac-Man ones, so they essentially are like little, top gloves, which you can scrub and not have to hold it.
Yeah. So you can make whatever you want. But like, yeah, when I originally saw these 10 years ago, they were selling them at department stores, like in the Clinique counter and stuff. And they were wanting $15 to $25 for these little scrubbers. And they were like so nice. And I saw how effective they were. But I'm like, how much? No. I'm not paying $25. Because that's a whole ball of that was like $4 at the time. I think it may have gone up to $5 now. And, I can make like, I don't know, 30, 40 of those little guys. So, I'm just saying. What?
Sorry, it's bath time, and I could hear Joe go, "It's time to get naked!"
Naked time! Naked baby time!
I didn't know if that was picking up on my mic, but...
I could hear, in the background a voice, but that was it.
Having said that about, cleaning off your pots and pans and stuff, give the water a bit soak. Same thing for the person. Like, if you want to exfoliate yourself, first make sure your body's been well hydrated with water for about at least 5-10 minutes before you try to exfoliate. Because, like, dry exfoliating, you can really damage yourself. But if your skin's wet, the dead skin on top that is truly, hasn't had nutrients for weeks will just come off of your skin. The old dead stuff really does just come off, but only if it's already been wet. So that difference in how your living skin and the old skin absorbs water helps create a separation.
Another thing is okay, let me back up. So I have sensitive skin. But I know that not everybody does. Some people, have dragon skin. It is what it is. If you have the more gentle skin, or you have skin that needs to be treated more gently, I guess is what I really mean, then if you need to exfoliate in the shower or bath or whatever, what I would recommend is all you do is you mix sugar with whatever cooking oil you have around, like canola oil, sunflower oil, olive oil, grapeseed oil, avocado, whatever you're cooking with right now. And you just take yourself a little plastic cup or something. And you just stir a couple of tablespoons of the sugar with a couple of equal parts of the oil. If you want to make this fancy, you could add like a little lavender oil or something, but you technically don't need to make that fancy to just get some exfoliating going. If, on the other hand, you have dragon skin, you take salt and you mix it with oil and you do the exact same thing, dear. That's literally it. Please. I mean, look, if you want to spend your money, I'm not going to tell you no, but I'm going to suggest, hey, did you know that I have memberships available? You could give me that money and know that it will help support writerly things like electricity and rent. And then you could just make salt scrub.
Yeah, for sensitive skin, go with sugar scrub. If you have normal skin, go with, table salt type scrub. If you have thicker skin, go with, a thicker salt, coarse salt, kosher salt.
So, and you could experiment on the salts. Like kosher salt is sort of a medium grain versus pickling salt is more fine grain. And you can get ice cream salt And that is apparently you're trying to take chrome off a bumper.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, like, you put ice cream salt, that's where, you are a Hollywood what do you call that? Montage waiting to happen. If you looking at using,
like, if you've got some heels where your heel is like all crusty, and you've got bunions. I don't know what your business is, but you could try some avocado oil, because here's what I have learned. The finer the grain of the salt or sugar, the thinner viscosity of oil. The bigger the crystals, such as ice cream salt, the thicker the viscosity of oil, such as avocado oil, works best. Because you want that thicker viscosity to hold the crystal grains. But yes, I have tried it one time. First on my own heels, and was like, oh, that's a little too rough for me. And then I tried it on someone I'm no longer married to, and it really did help scrub these. I was literally getting lacerations in bed from their heels, like on my legs. I was drawing blood, y'all.
when this
Like,
person had
I'm a
previously gone
delicate
to get
flower, okay?
when this person had previously gone to get a pedicure, they really did take out the cheese
They
grater.
literally brought out a cheese grater, y'all. They literally brought out a cheese grater on his feet. And he was like, it was very effective. And I'm like, I feel uncomfortable trying to use, and also I'm not going to use any of my kitchen utensils on you. That just seems unhygienic. But they literally brought a cheese grater out to work on his soaked feet. And he said it worked great. But so instead, I used ice cream salt and avocado oil. And I wore a glove and scrubbed his heels, his soaked heels. I soaked them first. And it came off very nicely, and his heels were soft for only 1 month, and then I had to do it again. But at least, like, I wasn't getting actual lacerations from his feet at night in bed, like drawing blood and having to treat it with Neosporin in the morning on my legs. So I'm just saying, look here, I can save you some money. Don't buy stuff at the Clinique counter. Get a membership. Use the little fat donut unicorn emoji.
That is it. Maggie did mention, like, that is a good facial one.
Castor oil and honeycomb melted together at a low temp make a great facial. Yes. So castor oil cannot be absorbed by the human body. So it only will sit on top of your skin. Also, it means if you consume castor oil, it goes right through you, like grease through a goose. Because your skin is actually part of your digestive system as well.
Yep.
Like, as it is outside is how it is inside. So
yeah, nothing in your stomach is technically actually inside your body, because it's still on the skin.
Yeah, you're fully contained. It's all skin. So anyway, and in fact, that is how you make all natural lip gloss, where it's super glossy. We use castor oil. That's how you get that high gloss, because the lips, your skin will never absorb the castor oil, so it'll sit on top and be super glossy. So when you want to use an oil that the body will not absorb, because the body will absorb a lot of different oils. Again, every kind of cooking oil I've mentioned, the body can absorb that, but the body cannot absorb castor oil. So it'll just sit on and be super, super glossy. So that is the really good all natural ingredient in high gloss lip glosses. Just like dropping those facts for you. But yes, you can also use castor oil with the salt or sugar scrubs, because again, the body's not going to absorb it, so it'll sit on top and it will keep the grains, the crystals, suspended while you rub it. And yes, you can use brown sugar instead of white sugar. It doesn't matter.
But it might smell nicer.
Yes.
I mean, a brown sugar scrub smells delicious.
Oh, yes. Oh, you're going to smell like baking season. I'm just saying, if you are maybe in a romantic relationship with somebody who likes or appreciates baked goods, and you just want to exist as a flirt to them, be sure to make it brown sugar scrub in the shower. And they'll just be like, I don't know why you smell amazing, but come over here and cuddle me.
Chandra has a good point about using chemical exfoliants on the face, not abrasive exfoliants, because they will make little cuts in the skin, and your face is definitely thinner, literally thinner skinned.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't do well, and that can irritate and bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also part of why the honeycomb works, because it has a little bit of honey, and the honey will make a little bit of hydrogen peroxide. And it will actually make us a very, very mild chemical peel.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Maggie is not quite human.
Well, we've long suspected as such. It's okay.
Her skin will absorb castor oil, but not baby oil or petroleum-based.
Oh, if only science knew about Maggie and her family.
I mean, it's human. That's humanity, though. You know, like there's always an exception.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what other fun cleaning? Oh, again, when you're cleaning clothes, you know, we like, you know, pre-treaters as well for, you know, the real stains and stuff. But keep track of, is that stain organic or inorganic? Because that's why some pre-treaters work better. People swear by certain ones and not others. Is it the kind of stain that works on that? Of like, you know, is it shout that's good on the organic ones, like grass stains?
Shout is what I use for blood stains. Versus, what is the other one? That's what I use for grass. What is the other one?
We feel you, Maggie.
Yeah.
We feel you. Well, give me a moment. I'll go look.
Okay. I will say one of the things that I learned fairly young is if you have copper you need to clean, what you want to do is make a baking soda paste. Now, the original recipe I saw said to use equal parts baking soda and wheat flour. And you mix it with a little bit of, you mix it with a little bit of warm water to make a paste. And you put it on the surface. And then you soak a cloth, like a scrubbing type cloth, with vinegar and scrub it. I found that you could be lazier, or I could be lazier. And it's just simply, I pour the vinegar on the thing and then just literally put baking soda on top and then scrub a little bit. It does not take much scrubbing. And it comes, whatever grime is on there, whatever oxidation, it comes right off. I used to have these gorgeous copper earrings that essentially once a month in the summertime when I wore them all the time, I had to clean it. And it's just vinegar and baking soda, y'all. You're making a chemical reaction. And it cleans them right up.
Is it Resolve?
No, I don't think so.
I'd say we may not have any more of this.
I don't think we have any more because I don't have grass stains anymore.
True.
Because that doesn't. Yeah.
But I will say, I do actually like the OxyClean one for most organics. But yes, we do have.
Yes, I do like my shout. It will clean blood out of everything versus I find at least my blood does not clean out of peroxide very well.
Hmm.
We have sticky blood.
Thick blood, Glory. It's thick.
Okay. So, like as I said, there is nothing wrong with like seeing, hey, I've got this stain or grime, and whatever I do, I can't seem to get it out. Have you tried baking soda and vinegar? Have you tried just making a little show real quick?
On the other hand, for oxidized metals, the two go-to ones I found is if it's in your car, get some Diet Coke and rub it, because that phosphoric acid will break up most oxides that form on metal. And if you have nice and versus like silverware. The old trick everyone used to see on TV was you'd have a pan, you get this little
you'd buy the special plate from them.
Yeah, and you want to know what the special plate is?
It's aluminum.
That's it. It's just aluminum.
So just use heavy duty aluminum foil.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it that you mix baking soda in the water?
Yep.
That's it.
And that'll do it.
And that'll clean your actual silverware.
Without even really scrubbing. The ion action will literally make it just fall off.
Yeah. I mean, you can just, what I would do is I always would take one of the spoons of the silverware I needed to clean and use it to stir the silverware on top of the aluminum foil.
But you do have to get it to contact the aluminum foil.
So yeah, you just sort of
it has to make a circuit. I love Bonnie's just like Dawn 5X. Like that stuff is strong. I've used it. Our stepdad swears by that. Like he cleans everything. Like really, that stuff is strong.
Yeah.
But again, pre-moisten it with some water.
Yes.
Because it is hard to get off.
I've recently cleaned all my paintbrushes, and even the ones that have had paint on them for like 3 years. The pink soap.
I was gonna say, I know that one. But I always know it as pink soap.
Yeah, that's what I searched for, and when I pulled up Michael's, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But again, clean tools makes us happier to use them. I mean, that's also part of why we clean is so we feel better when we see it.
I think it's important to familiarize ourselves with any cleansers we're using or we're considering using. Of knowing how this cleanser works. You'd be surprised what you'll learn reading the back of a wood soap bottle. And guess what? They don't want you to use it on all kinds of wood. It will take the finish off a lot of old wood.
As well as don't put it onto sealed marble.
Yeah. So it's really important to familiarize, like just read the back of the bottles, y'all. Just read the back of the bottle and figure out how they're saying use this cleanser because they want you to use it correctly. It will make your life easier. The only other thing I would say about any and all cleansers, rinse afterwards twice, not once. Rinse afterwards with warm water on a cloth, whether we're talking about a paper towel or like a fabric cloth you're going to keep and wash later. Rinse, rinse, rinse. They may not talk about residues. You don't want to deal with residues, both because residues can attract more dirt and also because not all residues are approved for human exposure. It's something they don't talk about. So because we're talking about cleaning, let's talk real quick about how to clean babies. I want to preface this with, I am not coming for anyone. I have noticed when I talk about things people are familiar with, somehow people think I'm talking about them. And it's like, if I didn't call your name, I'm not talking about you, but here we are. So here it goes. They have proven now where peanut allergies come from. And where they come from is babies, young people, consuming peanuts, and then it gets on their skin. And people are using baby wipes to clean kids' hands and, of course, their crotches. And then they don't rinse the baby wipe surfactant off. And the skin absorbs the peanut proteins and it develops an allergy.
Because it's also got the surfactants telling it that this is bad and inflammatory at the same time.
That is where so many allergies are coming from, is essentially children are not getting rinsed. So yes, please bathe babies and children daily if possible. I mean, at least rinse them. And there is nothing wrong with making a toddler stand in the shower and using one of those long shower heads and just like, hey, just look, I'm tired. We don't have time to soap you up. I'm just going to rinse you tonight and we will give you a proper bath tomorrow. But you have to be rinsed every night with warm water. Please rinse babies with warm water.
They also make like water wipes too.
Yeah. And that's what we used to use when I was young. I was a babysitter. We would use the baby wipes on babies, but then we had a separate box, like it was like essentially a repurposed box of baby wipes, but instead it was just folded paper towels with pure tap water or bottled water. And then we would always rinse all the parts we put baby wipe surface on. We would then rinse with clean water, paper towels, and throw those away too. But I have learned that in the 2000s, in the 21st century, nobody's rinsing kids anymore. Nobody's rinsing the babies after they use the baby wipes. And that is apparently actually where peanut allergies are coming from, is because as a society, apparently everybody stopped rinsing babies every time after they use baby wipes. Like rinsing them with pure water. I mean, a paper towel and pure water is fine. Because, you don't always want to dip a baby's bottom and what. It gets messy. They flail. But that is where peanut allergies are coming from. We now actually conclusively know this. We've known this now for 6-7 years is when
at least
the research came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, isn't everybody rinsing babies after they use baby wipes on them? And everybody, I mentioned this to you when I worked at the library, was like, no, you don't rinse them. That's what the baby wipes for. I'm like, no, the baby wipe is a surfactant. Because, you're trying to break up poop and whatever. Why would you leave soap
whatever
on
else
the baby?
is stuck down there?
Right, whatever. Let's just say whatever gets stuck down there. Why would you would not leave soap on your hands, would you? But people are leaving. That's what baby wipes are with. It's a gentle soap. It's a gentle surfactant, but it's still a soap. And that's the problem. So that is, it turns out, where allergies are coming from. So it's not just peanut allergies that kids are developing. It's also like, hay fever and stuff, because again, it's getting on their skin. And then they've got the, what is it? The hand sanitizer, which again has a surfactant in it. And then the allergens like pollen are getting on their skin, and their skin is then developing an allergy, because remember, your gut and your skin are all part of the same system. And that's where these allergies are forming. So I cannot stress enough how important it is for everybody to rinse both their babies and themselves to get any surfactants off of your skin every day. So even if you're using hand sanitizers or you're using baby wipes on you, be sure to also just pour water straight on whatever part of you you're using surfactants on, so that you're not developing allergies to things either. It's if you only take away one thing, I would love for everyone to take away of, please rinse soap off. It turns out that's how allergies develop on all human beings.
Bonnie said we all made her day much better.
Oh, I'm so glad. Aw. That's what we are here for. That is the purpose of this entire series, to share every single life hack, every single life skill, everything we've learned in our decades, to share it with y'all so that you can then disperse this information to everyone else because we had to learn it the hard way. Again, you don't ever need to have a corn broom accidentally eaten by poison gas. Learn from my mistakes.
What happened to the broom?
I don't know. Don't ask these questions. We're buying a new one. My mother told me, I forgot to mention this, when I finally confessed this to her, she's like, I thought you gave it to a homeless person or something. And that was why your father's like, don't ask any more questions. I thought you'd given it away to someone in desperate need, and you didn't want to explain it for some reason I didn't need to know. She's like, if I had known that you had almost killed yourself or any of my other children, I'm like, that was why dad hid it. So there'd be no yelling, Mom.
And what he said to the neighbor, you almost think that he used it to murder someone.
I know. The neighbor was like, I looked at your father's face and was like, I don't need to know. That the police will come.
Yeah.
Because I was later like, thanks for for hiding that broom. I made a mistake. And he was like, oh, you did? What did you do? I thought you must have killed a raccoon or something. And I was like, I explained what happened. He's like, the way your father acted, I thought something had died and he was trying to bury the evidence. I was like, sure, I'll hide it just to keep the police from showing up in our neighborhood again.
I think Bonnie also brings up, though, also always great to have around those steam mops.
Yes.
I mean, those things
Steam
really
is
do clean well.
wonderful. They can be used for so much more than just removing wrinkles, including sterilizing a lot of things. So especially if you have pets or children, it's a wonderful way to use a chemical-free way to sterilize all sorts of surfaces.
Mm-hmm.
And when they say all
It
sorts of
cleans. It's also
surfaces,
cleans up so much easier because it's such hot water. It very quickly absorbs in, and just stuff comes off. So I love those ones that are a combination. Like they have a long handle, but it's detachable. So you also have a hand use version as well.
yes.
So you can do countertops as well as floors.
Yes, I like those a lot. Because, yeah, sometimes it's like, it would just be easier if I could just steam this whole kitchen counter rather than having to scrub it.
Mm-hmm.
So then I just roll this little border of paper towels around, and then I just use hot water. And then I don't have to worry about water falling down into the crevices in the kitchen or anything. I love hot water, y'all. Because then you don't have to scrub so much. Because it's the effort part that's like, oh, my back hurts now, my arm hurts.
All right, I'm trying to think of like what else have we not mentioned about cleaning. Trying to get just truly
just to wrap up.
The esoteric ones. There is the great mysterious. We swear there isn't one. There probably is though. When the inside of your car windshield starts fogging up way too much.
Oh,
like why is it oily?
Oh.
It is probably because even if they say there's not, there's a good chance. You
actually have a cabin filter.
Yeah.
Even when your car manual swears there's no cabin filter, y'all, you have a cabin filter. Because that's where that oil is getting trapped.
And the way you find it or access it is it's almost always 95% or more. It's behind your glove compartment. If you have an easy one, then it's simply the side of your glove compartment, both sides. You just press in, and then you can actually
remove your whole glove compartment.
It'll just come all the way down. If not, you may have to actually unscrew a few things.
So what you can do is you can put in your make and model of your car and then cabin filter and Google it. And often, even when your manual swears that you don't have any cabin filter, someone has more than likely made a YouTube video or there is a forum post on some car forum where somebody's like, okay, so where's the cabin filter? And then someone has explained where to find it because, eventually the mechanics all figure out where it is anyway. But I promise you, if there is a funky smell in your car and you've tried to clean everything, including the trunk, and the smell is still there, like it's like old leaves or like the smell of people's feet, I promise you then you have a cabin filter and it needs to be changed. So, and we've had several cars that swore they didn't have any cabin filter. Remember that? Like they have an exterior filter in the AC unit and we've changed that and there was still this funky smell. And then we actually steam cleaned the whole trunk and all the seats and the floor, all the carpeting and the floors, and it still had a smell. And the answer was it actually had a cabin filter, aka those lying bastards at the place that made your car. So I'm telling you, you have a cabin filter, and more than likely, once you find out where it is, you can then remove it and take it to AutoZone or O'Reilly's or whatever car places you have, and you go, hey, I need a new one. It's probably somewhere between $5 and $10, y'all. $5 or $10 to get that smell out of your car. Also, it's just better for everyone breathing inside your car, not be when you remove this cabin filter, the blood will drain from your face when you see how nasty it is, y'all. I'm just gonna tell you this now.
But whenever you see that, whenever you have a really oily inside the windshield,
and you keep cleaning it, you even bring in the Windex and you've cleaned it, and then the oil builds up again, that means your cabin filter is oily and you need to change it. Also, it means that's a fire hazard. So if that is happening, which has happened to us in several vehicles, again, where the manual swore there was no cabin filter, those bastards. And it was different, entirely different car companies, by the way.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, it's just Nissan, or it's just Kia, or it's just Hyundai, or it was just Toyota. I am naming names. Or it's just Toyota, or it's just those lying bastards at Ford, or it's just, nope, you know what? They all do it. And it's not just sedans, it's pickup trucks, it's minivans. They'll like swear, oh no, there's no cabin filter here. And then you start getting this greasy buildup on the inside of your front windshield, but not the back windshield. It's a cabin filter. Or there's a funky smell. And no matter what y'all do, there's always this kind of musty smell that once you've run the AC for a little bit, it's not so bad. But it's when you first turn on the heat or the air conditioning, you kind of, what is that? It's like old leaves or something. That's also your cabin filter. The first time you remove your cabin filter, you could be like, oh my God, they didn't tell me I had this. Yeah, y'all been breathing that in. And it's not good for your lungs or your sinuses. I stopped getting sinus infections 6 times a year when we changed the cabin filter. But
Now,
the Kia dealership swore to me there was no cabin filter on my make and model. And gave me a bottle of Ozem and said, no, you just spray it here and it'll fix the smell. You don't have a cabin filter. It's just, it'll fix the smell. Y'all, I got sinus infections 6 times a year until we finally found the cabin filter. And it was so scary when we pulled it out. It was all black. And it had a leaf stuck to it. A literal leaf was embedded in, anyway. Guess what? I stopped getting sinus infections 6 times a year.
Oh.
Maggie, of course, would like to win this game.
Yes.
Now, having spoken of cars and filters and cleanliness, sort of on the opposite end, a quick word about forest bathing.
Oh, yes, the other side of that. You need to bathe in the forest often. But Glory, I don't have a private forest. It's not that kind of bathing. But it will help any upper respiratory infections, any respiratory issues, asthma. It will actually help asthma. It is scientifically been proven to help asthma. Now, if you are not the walking kind of person, and maybe you are not the walking kind of person because either you don't have the time or you have chronic fatigue issues or whatever.
You're still recovering from sepsis.
Maybe, yes. What you do is you do the American version of forest bathing, which is you go find yourself a nice wooded area to drive through and you roll all the windows down and you roll your sleeves up. And you just enjoy the air and you really will still reap the benefits of forest bathing.
Because what they figured out it's really about is simply you need a forest because you need the trees. Trees produce chemicals to keep mold and fungus from growing on them. You know, they don't want that stuff. Well, there's always, mold and fungal spores in the air. So they, essentially produce, a counter. They're always at war. But if you drive through the forest and you breathe the air near large trees, you will breathe in some of the chemicals they're putting out. And that will also get into your lungs and also help your lungs fight any mold or fungus that is trying to grow in your lungs. And that is why it helps your system.
Also, some of it will attach to your skin, like in your arms and your face, which will also help you prevent from dealing with allergies. Because again, remember, your skin is part of your immune system. So it will help reduce inflammation in your entire body because your skin won't be fighting as much either. Because you will have more of these natural chemicals that the trees are respirating out. And it will then attach to your skin. And even just a few hours will help you reduce generalized inflammation. Even just doing it once a week, an hour of driving through the woods with the windows down.
And just enjoying nature too. Like humans do better seeing nature.
You could sit on a log, but when I had gotten out of the hospital after sepsis, I just look, it was arduous just to walk from my back door to the car. So just sitting in the car while we drive for an hour, that was about all I could do for many, many months. You know? Also, it was hot. We live in the subtropical, y'all. It was so hot in summer. So
it's insultingly hot.
So humid and
offendingly hot. That's it.
Like you can't breathe. It's so hot and humid. So being able to drive with the AC on max and the windows down all the way, and just like rolling up the sleeves so I could get all the tree chemicals on my arms. That was all I could manage. But you know what? It really did help.
Same really with, open when it's a nice temperature outside. If you can, open the windows and, if possible, the doors to your house, and just let the air exchange.
Yep.
But yeah, forest bathing has been scientifically proven now to help everyone, both anyone with respiratory issues, but also anybody with allergies, anyone with generalized inflammation or symptoms of generalized inflammation. It helps everybody. It in fact helps anyone, even people who are perfectly healthy, extend their life by 4 to 20 years, depending on how long they've been doing it and how frequently they go out into the forest. Thank you, Maggie. I'm so happy I'm getting better too. I have so much to live for in this dystopia. But yeah, I would just like to highly recommend everybody drive through the woods. If that's all that you have time for, drive through the woods with the windows down. And yes, you can still drive through the woods with the windows down and the AC on max or the heater on blast, and you will still get the benefits.
I will probably just have the front windows open because my child is prone to throwing things, and if she loses her favorite toy, the world will blow up.
Right. You need a screen for her window.
I was gonna say they make those screens for, at least car
window?
doors. I don't know about vans, but you can get ones for, so you can literally just put a screen down. And like it encases the upper section of the door. So like as long as the door is closed, you ain't getting past that screen.
But yeah, like even just having the front windows down and driving through the woods, it would help exchange the air and get some of those enzymes on your skin and Anna's skin that will help you. Both will be breathing it in. It will help. And it's been, some of the research been coming out has been pretty fascinating. They've been doing research in Japan and in Scandinavia and finding that it's not like, for instance, just the trees in Japan that have this benefit, but that it's a lot of different trees all over the world actually are actively fighting fungus and yeast. And so they're quite beneficial for humans to be around. So again, you don't have to go hiking out there, especially if you don't have the time or the energy, or you've got a little baby you're lugging and it's like, oh, you can just drive through the woods and receive those benefits as long as you roll down the window. Maybe stick your hand out and do the thing I like to do. I like to do this out the window. Highly recommend. It's a lot of fun.
I drive left-handed though, so that's a little hard to do.
Do what you can. But yeah,
also, I used to do that, and I smacked my hand on a mailbox when I was like 9.
Ooh, don't stick it out that far. That's why it's like, it's just here. It's just here. It's not
I was being totally dumb, and I was playing chicken. Like,
ooh.
Mailbox, pull it in. So my dad got a little bit closer to the curve, and thunk.
Yeah, it's like,
very
to me,
lucky
no, the
I
rule
didn't
is
break my hand.
You're so lucky.
Like the hand does not go further from the car than the side view mirrors.
That was our family's rule. Like, hand can't go further than the side view mirror.
Yeah,
you're lucky you didn't dislocate a shoulder, because I've heard of people who've dislocated a shoulder sticking their hand out too far in the mailbox. It is.
Yeah, but years later, when he told me he did it on purpose, I'm like, why would you do that? He's like, you learned your lesson.
Yeah, I learned that I'm the one choosing where you go in the old folks' home.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
I'm very glad you're okay.
And God rest him, but he took no He wanted to teach you a lesson. He didn't mess around.
Yikes. But yeah, let's see. Was there anything else we've learned about cleaning? Well,
I mean,
I will say that I thought it was interesting. So Tom, Tom is a national board certified massage therapist. And I thought it was really interesting how all massage therapists, at least that from the school he went to, the university or the college he went to, how they taught them to clean their sheets. Because think about it, like all their sheets are always covered in oil.
Yeah. So this went through a lot of iterations. Actually, I found it from a post from someone who's a wife of a mechanic. And nowadays it's really hard though to not have to get the specialty ones, but what you're looking for is a detergent that doesn't have bleach in it. And what she used to just do is go get the old, simple, cheap dishwashing detergent. And that will break up the oils in a fabric.
Like the powder dishwashing detergent, like it's for the washing machine, the dishwashing machine. The cheap old, it's got like some house brand name. Those didn't used to have bleach in it, but it's gotten harder now to find those, the ones that don't have bleach in it.
But yeah, that's the trick to getting oils out of fabric, is you need to find a dishwashing detergent. Because dishwashing detergent is made to break up oils, because human foods have so much oils in them.
Mm-hmm.
Versus there's not actually that much oils in your clothes. Your clothes more tend to have just organic material in them.
Well, I found it useful because invariably I get oil on fabrics in the kitchen. Like the apron, the kitchen towels or tea towels, like they get oil on it from spills or things. And it's then hard to get them out in the washing machine. And that's why I found it was interesting how, well, of course, I should find out how massage therapists do it, because they're always washing sheets that have oil in it, because, you end up being coated in massage oil by the time you're done with the massage. So, but yeah, like if you can find dishwashing machine soap that doesn't have any bleach in it, you can then use that in your washing machine with just the fabrics that essentially are soaked in oil or oily. So that's how you can clean.
Like adding it to your detergent?
No, you use it instead.
No. You don't need it. You just use that instead of laundry detergent, and obviously no bleach. And that's how you can then wash them in the washing machine, and how you can deal with oily rags, essentially, or aprons that have oil on, or whatever fabrics have oil for whatever the reason. And yes, including if somebody's working on mechanic car or anything in the garage, how do you clean their clothes that have oil and grease on it? And that's how you can do it. But it is getting harder to find dishwashing machine soap that doesn't have bleach in it. The other thing that they would use is Dawn, but you can't really use that in a washing machine because it's
you gotta be really careful. It'll suds so much.
Yeah. But there are solutions. It's just that's how you. So yeah, like I noticed like a lot of spas that I would go to, sometimes the nice bathroom would be either full or it was out of order. So I'd use the employee bathroom, which was always next to the washer and dryer at the spa. And sure enough, I'd see dishwashing machine.
Giant
boxes. That's how they're washing all the oils all out of their fabrics. And you know how to out of their scrubs too, because the scrubs will get it. Yep, that's how they're doing it. So I thought that was really interesting.
The only thing else I can think of is we found out how to clean of late. And it's definitely this is not highly recommended, but it's good to know. So how do you deep clean a house, or especially a car with a funky smell that you just can't get rid of? And so it turns out the way they do that is you remove everything that's living, including your house plants, and you go buy a $50 ozone generator, and you set it up, you put it in, and ozone is dangerous to humans. I mean, it is actually a known cancer causing, hence California's worries with it. But it will oxidize everything it touches. And so that is how they actually deep clean cars. And they talk about when something that was once alive died in the car, otherwise they have to just destroy the car. It's well, how can they make it usable again? They just use an ozone generator, and it will get rid of every organic material in there by oxidizing it, and it'll now be clean. But it's just you do that and then you leave. You do not want to breathe in ozone. Ozone's very bad for humans, just as it is for anything else organic. But that is the secret to professionals and how they actually clean things. You're how'd they finally get the smell out?
Yeah.
And they used ozone. But it's no, if you try to do that on a house, not only the pets, but the plants have to be taken out, because the plants will also be destroyed, because anything organic.
Mm-hmm.
But it will get rid of that smell.
Yep.
When all else has failed. Also, if you want to fumigate the place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if there's living things in there that you don't want to still be living in there.
I mean, Gloria and I have never gotten over the temporary mice that came by after some people moved out next door in the neighborhood once. We got an influx of mice, which is why we started feeding the outdoor cats of start killing these mice. These mice all had opinions. That's what they don't talk about. They had opinions about all of our stuff. They wanted to let us know.
So rude.
It's one thing if they're they find something and they just want to chew it all up. They, for bedding, and they want material. Okay, I get that. But no, just a few little bites, nibbles of this is not up to my standards.
Yes.
They've destroyed it, but they don't want it.
Yeah. So opinionated.
Oh, that's like my mom, and she likes begonias, and they're supposed to be a deer repellent. One year she filled her flower pot. She had this big bench with flower pots on either end that my dad had built. Had them loaded with flowers. Right after they bloomed, or maybe they were still even buds, she comes out to tend to her little garden, and they're all on the floor, on the ground. The deer had come in the middle of the night, bit them, spit them out. Bit them, spit them out.
Oh,
she's
dear.
They ruined my flowers.
I think the only other thing I would say about cleaning is really it's about having the right tools.
Mm.
That if you are trying to, for instance, use the wrong tool, you are going to take so much longer. You're going to be exhausted, and you're not going to ever want to do that again. And that is a very rough position to be in. That's like a really great way to never want to clean again. So, for instance, keep your eyes open in any place you go store-wise for cleaning tools, and just go peruse the cleaning tools that that particular store stocks. I have found some really wonderful cleaning tools at auto parts stores that I have used in kitchens and bathrooms as well as cars. And I have found wonderful cleaning tools at department stores that I then used in a car or other places, that you just need to keep your eye out for what kind of cleaning tools are specific stores offering, and you'll find some real gems that way. So, for instance, like one of the things I've ended up using a lot in the kitchen are auto detailing brush kits.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, they work really well.
Because there is nothing like a grody kitchen sink to make you not want to clean anything in it, because everything will feel contaminated. So, and you could be scrubbing on the kitchen sink and the counter right around it, and then, you a couple days later, what is that? Is that slime growing? What the hell is going on? And it's because you couldn't quite get into the little corners and things. But I've tried all sorts of stuff. I don't want to use lots of crazy caustic chemicals where I'm doing food prep, or I'm even cleaning food containers. I don't want to do that. I don't want to handle it either, let alone breathe it. So I've actually found auto detailing kits. We're talking like $5, $6, $8 auto detailing kits, where it's like a whole bunch of tiny little brushes and weird little things so you could detail the inside of the car. And those things last forever. And yes, you can make a nice soapy little blend of hot water and soaps in the kitchen sink to clean them out, to clean the brushes once in a while. But yeah, they don't fall apart. And you can really get in that grout, get in all those little corners where whatever microbes are hiding, and scrub that stuff, and no longer does the slime grow. Or anything else weird. Or that funky smell. Because that one time somebody used your sink and they spilled some from a dirty pot into the backsplash, and now no matter how many times you scrub that backsplash, there's still this kind of, why does it smell a little bit like old chili? I've used bleach. How is the bleach not getting into the crevices? Auto detailing brushes. We'll get it in there.
Although, as we've recently found, a good secondary, if, just money, time, executive function, memory. Chopsticks are also a good secondary to detail with, to get into those edges and corners, because the bamboo will also deform to anything harder, like the metals, to truly get into the edges.
You can dig a lot of stuff out of the drain with one chopstick. It's a great stick.
And they're disposable.
They're disposable, y'all. It's environmentally friendly. Y'all. Or you could burn it. I don't care. So I'm just saying, those, disposable...
Let me symbolically burn all the evil spirits from my kitchen
sometimes
sink.
It just feels appropriate. I'm just saying, y'all, you have extra disposable chopsticks left over from takeout or whatnot. They are so useful when you just need a good, strong stick. Including to, get all sorts of weird stuff out of various drains. You don't want to stick your finger down there. Don't stick your finger down there. Please don't. But you need something that's strong, but you don't want to wash it later. Stick a chopstick down there. Dig around. Pull out whatever is the problem. It's great.
And then throw it all away.
Throw it all away. Burn it. Whatever you want to do. Make it an altar. Anyway, I'm just...
Cast it into hell.
Whatever's necessary. It happens, y'all. So, again, Think about tools in a different way.
It's supposed to make your life easier.
Yes. Look, it is one of the things that has made our species top species of the planet. Our use of tools. Okay. So make your ancestors proud. Use more tools. Use the right tool for the right job. It will make your life easier. You will be more effective. You'll also be spending less time on things that you don't want to be spending time on to start with. Because, like, I know some people like cleaning, some people enjoy detailing. And when you do, it is a wonderful experience. But the rest of us have other things to do. You know, whether it's crafting or writing or just watching TV or laying there quietly in bed thinking thoughts about what led you here in this dystopia in this century. Whatever it is you need time for. Use the right tools for the right job. Anyone else have final thoughts?
Besides water, rinse with a lot of water.
Please rinse everything. Water is the universal solvent. A lot of people don't realize this, but water will dissolve a whole house, y'all.
Yeah, we've proven that in Mississippi.
Water is the universal solvent.
And do it and also do all your cleaning in manageable little bites. Cleaning does not have to be your actual job.
I also feel like, for the most part, if cleaning feels like a punishment from hell, I suspect you may not be doing it accurately. Like, you may need a different tool, a different cleanser, or a different mindset. But I feel like I've talked about cleaning for literally decades with so many people. And the one thing I've heard time and time again from especially neurotypical people is this belief that cleaning must feel arduous, or it must feel like a punishment in order for that person to feel it's effective. And that if you don't feel like it's a punishment to burn away your sins, you're not doing it right. I have been told this by more than a few people of various religions.
Besides the Lutherans?
Besides the Lutherans, but the Lutherans definitely were like, yes, that's why you clean, and that's how you know you're doing it right. Like, they got uppity about it. And again, like, I am not here to question where your faith in God is, but maybe there's other ways to burn away sins. I'm just saying, it doesn't have to feel like a punishment from the universe. It is fully possible to effectively clean a lot of things. And I say that as somebody who literally owns a microscope and who likes to swab things and put it on slides to look at just because that's what I do instead of having cable. Don't judge me. It was a Christmas present. So it's who I am. I like to see, well, what's living there. Okay. And I do have the stain liquids. And I also have, guar guar to make my own petri dishes, my own growing cultures.
Agar.
Sorry, agar. I'm dyslexic. So I'm just saying, you can be effective without feeling like it is a punishment from your almighty sky daddy. You can be effective without being miserable when we're talking about cleaning. And so if what's keeping you from cleaning is some sort of emotional trauma, I would like to present the alternative perspective of you can enjoy cleaning and it have nothing to do with your spiritual or emotional sins. So consider it's a possibility that you don't have to hate cleaning to be effective at cleaning, and that everyone can be happy and also live in a healthier environment. So if you're open to that, I look forward to what will inevitably be. We'll have essentially a sequel episode at some point, probably in the next year or so. And I would love to hear about your experiences in our sequel episode of what you've learned since this episode about your own cleaning techniques. So that everybody in the chat, anybody who wants to come on screen can share all the new things they learned trying to try different things out.
How many times do we have to state it each episode?
Again, I'm not calling anybody out. I'm not trying to tell any particular person's business. If I did not list your name, it's not about you directly. Hence, the only names I listed were car companies who've lied to me. I'm still salty, y'all. I'm saltier than Mr. Peanuts. How dare you tell me yet another car that has no cabin filter that in fact has a cabin filter?
The only one we know for sure does not have a cabin filter because owners have literally taken it apart looking for the cabin filter is a Neon 350Z. It does not have one. Most of its owners wish it did.
Who makes a Neon 350Z? I don't even know who's the manufacturer of that.
Nissan.
Oh, I thought you said Neon.
Oh, no, Nissan.
I was like, what car is a Neon?
It did sound like Neon.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like,
I heard Neon.
What kind of car is a Neon? It does kind of sound like a car, but I don't know anything about
Dodge made a Neon.
Oh, okay.
Years ago.
What do I know?
But I mean, Nissan, remember that's Pika's car?
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. The song never ends. Let us all sing it to each other's hearts. But on the other hand, it doesn't have to be a song of mourning or misery.
Yes.
And I agree with Maggie. A barn does not have to be as clean as a house. Absolutely. A barn is halfway outdoors anyway.
Tell me about how much you like horses when you have to clean up after them.
Oh, God. At a certain point, it truly is clean enough.
And they will give you that look just like cats of,
how dare you?
Go on, servant. Clean it up.
Yes.
And it's like, you give me that look one more time, I'm going to punch you.
I have mucked a lot of stables. A lot of stables.
I've never dealt with horses, but I can attest the look from cats. My cat would wait for me. She stayed in my bedroom because she didn't like the other cat. And she had claws, the other cat did not. So it would have been bad. And she would listen for me to come up the stairs, and I'd hear, ma, ma, ma. Like, get in here, human, and do my bidding.
Yes. Come serve me, human. You're late. I'm here the same time every day. Yes, and you're late every day.
You should have never left.
Exactly. You need to wait on me hand and foot. Economy
You need
does
to
not
be
matter.
a hermit with me.
Right? Yes, precisely. Yes.
Like, sorry.
So yeah, I used to think I hated cleaning. Like when I was our parents had this view that cleaning has to be miserable for it to be effective. And I thought, well, I just hate cleaning. And I don't care how sinful I am. I just don't want to clean enough to scrub my soul because this is miserable. And then I grew up and I realized when I do it right, when I do it with the right tools and the effective cleansers or so on, I don't hate it as long as I have the energy for it. I don't hate it at all. In fact, I feel more accomplished when I finish it because I'm like, you see that? I help my living space be clean. I like that. That feels good. And I realized oh, it's not that I hate cleaning. It's just I hate cleaning badly. Why did no one tell me? Excellent job, Bonnie. And I just I tried to talk to both of my parents. They were still alive when I learned this. I was in my late teens, early 20s. It was when I was living on my own, and I realized, wait, cleaning's not terrible. Just my parents' attitude is. And I tried to talk to them about this, and they were like, yes, it is true. You can clean and not hate it, but it's not as effective. Like they just did not want to let go of these very detrimental.
But are you really cleaning it thoroughly?
It's like, yeah, because let me tell you, my parents were the kind of people who said the baseboard isn't clean unless you're on your knees scrubbing it. Y'all, I am here to tell you, there are several effective ways to scrub your baseboards without having to get on your knees, because I don't have the knees for it. I have no ACLs. None. I only came into this world with 2, and they did not even last till I was 20. I lost both. I have messed up both of my knees. And it is very painful for me to be on my knees for pretty much 28 seconds or more. Like incredibly excruciatingly painful. And in fact, I did not find the pain to be that much more to put grits on the floor and get on my knees there. That's how painful it is for me to be on my knees just on the floor. And I found, if you just use a broom, a dry broom or a wet broom, and you scrub the baseboards, they get very clean. And then you just literally take your shoe and sock off, use a tea towel or a kitchen towel, and just wipe the baseboard dry. No one knows I didn't get on my knees to scrub it. In fact, nobody could tell. I've tested a lot of people on this, by the way. Quite a few Lutherans, in fact. And they're like, oh, no. Yeah, I can tell you were on your knees. I'm like, you're not just saying that because you love me, are you? Because I don't want you to say lies to me just because you're trying to be nice. Like, no. I would tell you if I thought it could do with some more work. Thank you so much. Did I tell them I didn't get on my knees? Hell no. I don't want to hurt their feelings. Hell no. I lied to them. Yeah, that's right. This relationship only goes one way. But I'm just telling you, it doesn't have to be miserable for you to feel like you live in a clean house. So I hope when we have a reprisal episode in a year or so, or whatever it is, I hope everybody will have more things to contribute about more tips, tricks, and hacks. Because I can't wait to learn how to do things easier, better, simply, faster, fewer tears. No tears cleaning. That's my goals. Mm-hmm. So with that, I would like to thank everybody for coming. Especially Carrie, who has lasted so long. And has had some wonderful stories, I must say. They're not the stories I thought she was going to tell, but they're fantastic. Carrie, did you have any other final thoughts?
No, this has been helpful for me.
Oh, good. I'm delighted. I really am. Aw, thank you for still being here, Megan. So next week, December 20th, we're going to talk about how to create and maintain relationships, both personal and business. Every tip, trick, hack we have ever figured out, and anyone else who wants to join us on screen as well, because I'm sure a lot of people have little tips, little things they've learned on how to establish relationships, how to maintain them. And I can't wait to hear them, because we are the awkward siblings. So we're pretty damn awkward.
We will be discussing a lot about healthy boundaries. How do you maintain them in a friendship, let alone a business relationship?
Mm-hmm. And both like the kind where you're a coworker or you're employed by someone else, as well as if you were running your own business. Like, we've inadvertently had a lot of experience with that, and we hope everyone else who's interested will show us. If you, for instance, have some tips, tricks, or ideas, but you don't think you'll be able to join us on screen to share them, if you want to go ahead and send them in to us, we'll be happy to read them on screen next week. So, and then this Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern time on Twitch, what would that be? 3 a.m. Central European time.
Yep.
We will be essentially preparing for December 20th, Monday's episode, and going over our whole process, as well as doing sprints. So if anybody would like to join us on Twitch, our links are down below for that. It'll be on Glory Writes the Blues Twitch channel. And then, of course, Coffee Bunny. Thursdays at 3:30 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And this week, it'll be on my channel on Twitch. Yes. And Cat Leo Writing will be with us. And I don't know what else will happen other than pure chaos, y'all. It's just gonna be chaos. It's so much chaos. Carrie, did you? I put Carrie's Vela link down below. Did you know Carrie has a Vela? As well as she has a coffee account. And if you follow it, you can get updates.
Which I gotta do when we go into the after party. I didn't get it up yet today. I slept too late. My alarm went off and I went, oh, it's 8 o'clock. I gotta get the kid fed and off to school.
Nice. I didn't mean to take your outro away, Carrie. I just wanted to.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Carrie has a Vela link and I remember to put it below.
I'm also going to try and stream on Twitch on Wednesday. Maybe. We'll see. Because I'm trying to build up my following there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm 19 or 20 away from the 50 for affiliate. So
Carrie's Twitch link's down below as well. If you're not already following her on Twitch, hey, now's a great time. It's a fantastic time, y'all. It's a fantastic time to follow Carrie on Twitch and YouTube and Coffee and all the good stuff. The links are all below. They're all good links. So, yeah, that is what we are all up to. We hope you will come back and join us. We hope that this was a useful, wonderful way to spend your 4 hours. And again, there are memberships now available. And for the low, low price of 99 cents a month, you could use the emojis, including the fat unicorn baby eating a donut. I also am hoping your laptop comes back soon, Maggie. So with that, we are going to go to our after party, which is in our Discord server, Unicorn Council. If you are not a part of our Discord server, please let me know and we will send you an invite. We will be meeting in voice chat at the clubhouse in our Unicorn Council Discord server after the show. So we will see y'all there in a few minutes. Fair warning, I'm going to go have another bio break because the coffee has kicked in. So without further ado, I shall wave you all out. Mwah, mwah. Bye-bye, y'all.